Well, we welcome you for our luncheon speaker today. So if you will grab a seat and grab some food, we will get started hearing another one of our panelists today. So today at lunch, you are welcome to continue to eat and to gather some food and drink if you need to, but you are also going to be treated to an amazing opportunity to speak with one of our SMU faculty members, Frederick Chang. He has his bachelor's from University of California, a PhD from University of Oregon, but one of the things that makes him particularly relevant to our discussion today is he's the former director of research at the National Security Agency. He has had insights about cybersecurity, about the issues that go on in data mining and governing. I've gotten the opportunity to hear him speak on several occasions, and he always scares me. I stop using the cell phone, I stop using computers, I encrypt my own notes, and then I still don't feel safe. So I think you're going to learn a lot from him today, and you're going to get some great insights about where we are with the federal government, with wiretapping, with all kinds of security issues, and we look forward to hearing Fred Chang.
Okay. So I'm also, okay, good. So I'm hoping I can be a little more mobile, so rather than just standing behind the podium, so I've got the ability to kind of wander around a little bit. So I was asked to comment sort of generally about the state of cybersecurity today, with some special emphasis on the specific topic of this conference relative to the press and relative to the involvement of the president. The fact that I'm speaking today is really quite coincidental, in as much as President Obama was speaking on the topic of cybersecurity literally last Friday at Stanford, so I'll actually comment on that a little bit. So I'm basically going to talk to you about a number of issues relative to cybersecurity, kind of as it relates to issues happening today. Okay, so I hope through the course of this to basically answer these four questions, again, sort of in the context of your theme here, to help you understand how bad is the problem, to understand the extent to which it may affect you, sort of what's being done about it. Well, I'll have some specific focus around what the federal government's doing about it, and then specifically, what are we doing about it here in Dallas at SMU? Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how bad is the problem. There's this saying going around these days that there are basically only two kinds of companies. There are companies that have been hacked and know they've been hacked, and companies that have been hacked but don't know it. And increasingly, that is unfortunately the situation we're in. Now, increasingly, more and more companies are learning that they're hacked, but there's still plenty more that have been hacked and probably don't know it. And so I'll sort of build on this theme a little bit. It's a little bit of a difficult situation. As we talk about cybersecurity, we have to place it sort of in the context of cyberspace. And so this is a really busy slide. I do apologize. There's just a bunch of factoids and stuff up there. You can kind of pick your favorite factoid, but basically it's important to understand that the context of cyberspace is happening in the world of cyberspace that is moving at light speed. And there's just so many things happening, it's really hard to keep track of it all. And this is a slide I update from time to time, but you can just sort of see sort of the numbers, the volume, the traffic, the packets, the emails, 6 billion hours of YouTube video per month. You can just sort of see the numbers. At the bottom of all of that, I've got this red word there in bold letters with an exclamation point called malware. And that word is important in the context of all this other stuff going on in cyberspace, in as much as malware is basically bad software. It's software that you don't want on your computer. When it gets on your computer or other people's computers, it does bad things. And here's some more numbers and statistics and stuff. But basically, malware is being created and developed and distributed all the time, again, at a remarkable rate, a little bit like the last slide. So basically, you can just see how much malware there is. So in 2013, 30 million new strains of malware, 20% of all malware was created in 2013. There was a number that was distributed not too long ago that was along the lines that approximately once per second, or maybe once, a little bit more than once per second, a new piece of malware is launched on the internet. And so basically this, these are in the form of worms and viruses and Trojans, these are sort of words. They're all kind of grouped together under the term malware, and there's just tons of it. And it gets on your computer in ways that you don't imagine, you don't expect. People trick you in ways in which you introduce malware onto your systems. And this is part of sort of the context in which we're living here in the world of cyberspace. I have kind of two pictures that to me capture in a little bit of a visual nutshell kind of what we're dealing with in cybersecurity today. So this first picture is basically intended to reflect that little red and white gate thing. That's your cyber defense. So that's your firewall, that's your antivirus software, that's a bunch of stuff. Those little tracks in the snow, that's basically the bad guys going around your defenses. And I don't intend to suggest for a minute that you shouldn't have cyber defenses. You have to have firewalls, you should have antivirus, you should have all these systems. But it's important to know that it's unfortunately just too easy to get by those things, and that's kind of what's happening. The other picture that is maybe relevant along these lines, do you remember that game Whack-A-Mole, where kids basically have this little hammer and these little things are popping up in the holes and they're hitting it and it stops and then another one pops up? That's kind of how it is these days for Chief Information Security Officers. I have the opportunity to chat with the Chief Information Security Officer at SMU from time to time, and this is kind of how it's depicted. Sort of your hair is on fire, you're running from one thing, you kind of put it out, then something else pops up somewhere else, and you're sort of running from one thing to the next. And it's basically a really difficult situation. There are all these statistics about how many attacks are happening, how often they happen, sort of happen in real time. And this problem of running from thing to thing is sort of exacerbated by the fact that there aren't enough people, which I'll actually get into. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about, and this is again sort of in the context of how bad is the problem. I want to talk to you a little bit about what's being referred to as the skills shortage in cybersecurity. So I've basically got some quotes here, and sorry, it's a little bit busy, I apologize for that, but you see these various quotes that talk about, so Cisco puts out this report last year that talks about how there are something like 1 million openings for cybersecurity professionals globally, right? That's a big number. 80% of organizations reflect that they don't have the necessary IT resources to handle all of the incidents that are cropping up. The last one is actually pretty interesting. It was a statement made by a colleague of mine. He basically sort of tried to do a look at, if you looked at the most sophisticated adversaries and the extent to which they are attacking U.S. critical infrastructure and so forth, and how many people do we have to kind of operate at the very highest levels to stop the most sophisticated cyber adversaries, that maybe we have 1,000, but unfortunately we need something like 20 to 30,000. So that's sort of a gap of a different nature. It's sort of a gap at the very high end. A few more factoids. I won't go ahead and read all of these. I actually have one more slide along these lines, but basically. It's a picture that is meant to kind of describe to you that there's this big skills gap It's large and growing. In fact, there's another statistic that isn't up here. It came out from the UK, but basically that by the year 2018, there may be something like 2 million job openings for cybersecurity people, and this gap probably won't close until maybe the year 2030. It's going to be a very long, it's a large gap, and it's not going to close for a long time. Is sort of the picture. And by the way, this is part of the reason why companies are getting hacked all over the place. They just don't have qualified people. They don't have enough of them, and they aren't qualified enough. And this is contributing to the nature of the problem. Here's some more. Sorry, I probably have a few too many of these. These are US specific only. But in 2013, there was something like over 200,000 job openings for cybersecurity professionals, and that accounted for something like 10% of all of the jobs. And then you can see some factoids about how long these positions stay open and that kind of thing. So basically, it's just reflecting there's a worldwide problem and there's a US-sized problem. Okay, let me talk a little bit about another aspect of the problem, and it's basically to try to answer the question, okay, these cyber criminals are hacking all kinds of companies and networks and computers and stuff, and what is the cost of cybercrime? Now, this turns out to be a really difficult question to answer because you have to make a bunch of assumptions, but basically, this is one estimate that came out about I guess it was about 7 or 8 months ago, June of 2014, by a think tank out of DC. And they gave a bunch of estimates, but they have an estimate that it's sort of in the neighborhood globally of around, over $400 billion. And they give sort of, lower limits and upper limits. They talk about the fact that it's extracting a very heavy toll, maybe sort of in the neighborhood of 15 to 20% of the value of the internet. They then sort of do a country-by-country analysis, and again, these are all pretty difficult numbers to extract, but they estimate that the cybercrime loss in the U.S. is a big number. It's something like maybe 0.64 of GDP, and that sort of over time, these losses to cybercrime may cost the U.S. as many as 200,000 jobs. And it's kind of the idea of the loss of intellectual property. So basically, companies are being hacked, intellectual property is being stolen. So these companies have ideas for new technology, new drugs, new ideas, innovation that would lead to new patents, new companies, new jobs, that the extent to which these are taken from us, taken from the companies, taken from these machines, and these ideas now crop up in some other country, maybe that new drug, that new product, that new company, those new jobs don't happen in the US, they happen elsewhere, that the loss for that could be as high as 200,000 jobs. So now we're talking about sort of core innovation, core idea generation. Maybe that doesn't happen in the US anymore. Maybe it happens overseas, and that's an important problem. Now, I would offer to you that there are people who don't agree with the size of these numbers, and so you have to make some assumptions about what is the value of intellectual property. So it's pretty difficult. So I would say, as I share this slide with you, there are others who think that number is too high. There have been other studies that have suggested that the number is even higher, but it's just a difficult thing. But this will just give you a little bit of a flavor that people are trying to think about what is the cost of cybercrime. And then I've got a couple of slides here to say that not only is the problem bad enough where you have these people from the outside trying to break in, unfortunately you've got what's referred to as the insider threat. You've got employees that are maybe disgruntled, or they didn't get a raise, or they didn't get a promotion, or they got let go or something. They represent an attack vector, unfortunately. It's referred to as the insider threat. And I've got some statistics about this. I guess I won't sort of dwell on this in great detail. But it's basically, you've got these system administrators who have what's called privileged access. They basically have sort of the keys to the kingdom. And if they ever get disgruntled on you, they have the ability to do great harm. This slide is really busy, but it just sort of gives you a sense for a study that was done out at Carnegie Mellon a while back that talked about when these insider attacks happened, sort of what were the characteristics. So you can basically see, it's not good. Over half the time they stole something within a month of their departure, tended to be male, they tended to hold technical positions. 3/4 of the time they were actually current employees. So basically, this is, if just when you thought you were safe and you stopped the bad guys, now they're from the outside. Now you've got an attack vector from your own employees that companies have to worry about. Okay, so hopefully I've given you a little bit of a perspective on sort of how bad the problem is. Let me talk a little bit about how it might affect you, and then talk about some current things. Okay, so I'm just curious. So let's see a show of hands. So how many of you have received a letter, in the last couple of years that said something like, Dear Mr. Chang, we're very sorry, but we've exposed your information, and we're willing to offer you a year of credit monitoring services. I'm just kind of curious. Raise your hand. Yeah, pretty much everybody. How many of you have received more than one? More than two. So I've gotten 3 personally. Dear Mr. Chang, we're very sorry. Here's a year of credit monitoring. So there's a cool website, privacyrights.org, that's been tracking data breaches for a little over 10 years now. And I've been following this for a long time. Basically, the number is over 1 billion now. So think about how many people are there in the United States. So we're seeing about triple the number of data breaches than there are people in the United States. And so, the fact that I've gotten 3 myself is sort of, kind of what you'd expect. But basically, the number is over 1 billion now, and, it's a problem. There are some, so, I can stand here and tell you about malware and firewalls and a bunch of technical stuff, but there is this very important sort of human impact of data breaches. So, we've all raised our hand, and so what is sort of the human impact? There are some studies about that, and basically, 2/3 of people on the web have been victims. Less than 10% of the people feel, how safe do you feel online? Raise your hand if you feel safe online. Well, I guess after this talk, nobody will ever raise their hand again. But basically, people don't feel very safe. Only 3% of people think cybercrime won't happen to them, and unfortunately, 80% of people don't think that these criminals are going to be brought to justice. Here are a couple more. Men slightly more likely than women. Our kids slightly more likely than us. You're about 3 times more likely to become a victim of cybercrime than you are to be a victim of physical crime. Unfortunately, people don't believe that's the case, which is kind of reflected in that last slide. But there is this sort of important kind of human impact that deserves more study. Okay, so let's talk about some things kind of a little bit more current nature. So, so raise your hand if you've shopped at any of these stores. So who doesn't shop at these places? So towards the tail end of 2013, kind of bleeding into 2014, we heard about these big attacks on retail. So everybody heard about Target, and then those of us in Texas have heard about Neiman Marcus and Michaels. When my daughter was in middle school and high school, we practically lived at Michaels as she was doing arts and crafts and stuff. People in Texas probably know this. It was kind of interesting. I have this one friend here in Texas who really didn't care quite too much about Target, but when her Neiman Marcus credit card was taken, she was really angry about that. In this particular case, the malware that affected these enterprises was written by a Russian teenager, about 17 years old, and the person sold the malware for pretty inexpensive. It was about $2,000 for the sale of the malware. There was an encrypted version and an unencrypted version. Quite a good return on investment. So when you pay a couple $1,000 for the malware, the return is anywhere between $20 and maybe north of $100 per credit card number. Then you can kind of you can sort of see the numbers of credit cards we're talking about. Okay, so we've just had all this stuff towards the tail end of 2013 into 2014, and now it's 2014. Okay, so I've read a lot of articles in the press that kind of talk about the fact that 2014 is the year of the data breach, the worst ever. And by the way, that is the case, just in terms of numbers of records, kind of the amount of hacking was a big number. I wonder, I think actually when we look back at 2014, we're going to see 2014 was pretty bad, and historically there's no doubt that it was. But I think it's not just the year of the data breach. I think it's the new normal. I think, I think what we saw in 2014, at least for a while, is going to be reflected going forward. I have this little sheet here. Let me see if where I wrote down, let me check my time. Rita, keep me honest on time, or Jeffrey, keep me honest on time here. But I wrote down some numbers. So these are some 2014, and I've got the logos of some companies that have been hacked. But in the Home Depot case, 56 million customer payment cards exposed. JP Morgan Chase, it was 76 million households, 7 million small businesses. By the way, they talk about the fact that they're going to double their spending on information security from 250 million annually to double that over 5 years. I mean, we're talking about a big number. In the case of Sony, 100 terabytes taken, maybe something like 47,000 social security numbers. Community health services, 4.5 million patients. eBay, 145 million users. P.F. Chang's, it was 33 restaurants. UPS, United Parcel Service, 100,000 customer transactions, 51 UPS stores. And then there are a bunch of technical people like me that also can't forget about this thing called Heartbleed and something called shell shock. These are basically pieces of software that are commonly used in a number of cases, and we find out that there's vulnerability in these pieces of software that can lead to some really bad things. And so that's a little bit more of a sort of a technical thing, sort of an undergirding thing, but that's all happening sort of in the context of 2014. Okay, so I guess maybe a little bit of evidence for 2014 being more than just the year of the data breach, but more, maybe more like the new normal is, it's only February and we're already hearing about some really bad things. So I'm sure at this point everybody's heard about Anthem, the second largest health insurance provider. It was reported that they were hacked in, I guess it was February 4th. They talk about 37.5 million records. According to the New York Times, it's more like 80 million records. And then there was a story this weekend. I'm this nerdy guy, but it's fun to kind of do a Google search and enter the term, cyber hack and hit news, and you'll just get, every day it's something new. And so there was this one this weekend. It's this group that's being referred to as the Carbonac group that we're seeing now the exposure that maybe something like 100 banks have been attacked. It's basically malware that they've figured out how to install on these systems via something called spear phishing, and that they're, among other things, they're able to get ATM machines to automatically dispense money, and then they send a mule to walk by the ATM machines at a pre-designated time. The money comes flowing out, the person takes the money, sticks it in their pocket and walks away, and the bank doesn't know about it. There are estimates as high as maybe $1 billion have been stolen that way. It gets reported this week. It gets reported this weekend. The New York Times had a story about it as well. They reported it early. We're going to hear a lot more about this one. It's just starting to come out now, but it's only February, and so these things are happening. How you doing on lunch? How do you feel? Okay, so let me talk a little bit about what's being done about it. Okay, so let me start here. So it's really quite good timing that I'm able to speak to you on this topic, because I mentioned at the outset, literally this past Friday, President Obama was at Stanford University to talk about this very topic. And so they convened something called the White House Summit on Cybersecurity and Consumer Protection on the campus at Stanford. And basically, President Obama talks a lot about the need for the government and the private sector to work together by way of doing a lot more information sharing. So companies, when they get hacked, they know what happened to their networks. And then another company gets hacked and they know what happens. The government knows stuff. And so basically there's basically this, this encouragement coming directly from the president himself, speaking literally, blocks away from companies like Google and Facebook, right? The tech center of the universe, and appealing to these groups, Apple, et cetera. And the importance that, that now is really the time for the creation of these information sharing organizations, and he talks very passionately about that. And there's a nice photo there from the event. At the same time, or right as he concludes his remarks, I think literally before he leaves the stage, he actually signs an executive order, presents and signs an executive order, again, encouraging this sort of collaboration and information sharing between the government and the private sector. And so this executive order ends up having 4 kind of bullets to it. It calls for the creation of these things called information sharing organizations, and that they help develop a common set of standards about, voluntary standards about how do you share information such that your privacy is maintained and so forth, but you're also doing something sort of for the greater good. If something happened to your company, maybe by sharing it, it'll help another company not get compromised. The second bullet basically talks about kind of the Department of Homeland Security's role in kind of sponsoring and hosting and guiding these information sharing organizations, and then also how do you sort of deal with classified versus unclassified information, and how all that gets sorted out. He also talks about the need to provide strong privacy and civil liberties protections. It's fair to say that how comfortable do companies feel about sharing a lot of this sort of internal cyber data with the government? Maybe the government has it leaked or something, and so to what extent do we need to have strong privacy and civil liberties protection? That's talked about in the executive order, and then paving the way for future legislation. This is just kind of the very beginning. We're going to see a lot more along these lines, but I think it's just really important. It's really significant that the President of the United States talks about it. And he talked a little bit about it in the State of the Union as well. Okay, going back just a little bit in time, so this was February 13th, so if you just go back, you go back just a couple of months, right towards the end of 2014, a whole bunch of bills were passed in Congress regarding cybersecurity legislation. And there haven't been bills for cybersecurity passed since something like 1992. It's been or since about 2002. It's been a long time. So the fact that a whole spate of things got passed in 2014 means that the government is very serious about this. They understand that consumers and businesses are suffering as a result of this. And again, President Obama commented a little bit about this in the State of the Union. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't kind of recite chapter and verse about all of this stuff, but it was just important to me to reflect that these bills literally just passed in December. And then going back about 1 year, the government also talked about something called the cybersecurity framework. So President Obama basically asked NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, to create this thing called the cybersecurity framework. They basically worked on it over a year, a very significant document. It's basically, it's a case where the government worked very closely with the private sector, and they developed a bunch of best practices and standards and policies and guidelines and stuff. At this point, it represents sort of a voluntary framework, but it is important in as much as it really does sort of capture some of the best learnings out of companies and you know, again, best practices and policies that they have been able to exhibit over time. And then kind of along these lines, it's kind of what I guess I like to refer to as sort of cyber hygiene. You know, you brush your teeth and you have mouthwash and you keep stuff clean. It's kind of the idea of cyber hygiene. Some of you may remember this. I'm probably a little bit young, but in 1965, Ralph Nader wrote a book called Unsafe at Any Speed. And he basically talks about sort of how the US auto industry has been developing these cars that really aren't very safe. And so people probably remember the Corvair. Actually, my dad had a Corvair. It was pretty sporty. You know, he drove it pretty fast and stuff. Unfortunately, it was really unsafe. And so, you know, simple things like, you know, airbags and seat belts and putting padding over dashboards and stuff could do a lot to improve automotive safety. Now, if you're driving 120 miles an hour, if you have seat belts, it may not help that much, but it's just going to make it better. It's just going to make things better. I think a similar sort of analogy can be made in cyberspace, that you know, there are things people can do. There are best practices that companies know about. It's a little bit like seat belts and airbags. It probably won't guarantee that you're going to be safe, but it'll just make it safer. And so there are a number of these around. I'll share one example. It's a nonprofit group out of Washington called the Council on Cybersecurity, and they talk about the top 20 cybersecurity controls that companies and individuals can put in place that basically kind of represent airbags and seatbelts. It will just make you a little bit better. And it's based on studies of lots of companies and machines that have been hacked, and you know, what are the things that, if you had put them in place, would have prevented the hack or reduced the severity of the hack. And they basically have them listed from 1 to 20. And this is super busy and it's kind of technical and stuff, so I don't intend for you to you know, glean much direct detail. But these are these top 20 controls. And by the way, there are others out there. This isn't the only one. But we're starting to see these sorts of things now. So people have been studying cyber hacks for a while, and they now know if you do these things, it will just make your enterprise, your networks, a little bit safer. And you know, please do them. And if you don't have time to do 20, do these 5. And so they even talk about you know, kind of 5 quick wins, and so there are things like application whitelisting. Basically, application whitelisting means I'm only going to allow some applications to run, and I'm going to deny all others. And so I'm not going to let something, you know, some application that may do harm, I just won't let it run. Let's use these standard secure configurations. We know what these look like. Patch application software within 48 hours of when the vendor says there's a vulnerability. Same thing on system software. Patch it within 48 hours so that you don't give the hackers the opportunity to exploit a vulnerability when it is announced. And then, importantly, you know, reduce the number of, and what you saw the thing about the insider problem. Reduce the number of people who have privileged access, the people with the keys to the kingdom. I mean, there are just some things you can do. So if you can't do 20, do 5. If you can't do 5, do the top 3. But they basically offering some guidance to kind of make things better. And as I said, there are lots of different lists like this now. Okay, so kind of wrapping up a little bit. Let me just spend a couple of minutes to tell you a little bit about what SMU is doing about it. We're in the middle of the fight, and we hope we're able to make an important difference. We've recently started up something called the Darwin Deason Institute for Cybersecurity. We're very proud of that. It's just about exactly a year ago that it started, and it really is sort of the center of gravity for a lot of our cyber activities. So I'll talk to you a little bit about the context of that. We talk about having basically 3 high-level goals as part of what we want to do in the Institute. The first talks about helping to create a science of cybersecurity. So the field of cybersecurity today is unfortunately extremely reactive and after the fact. It's that kind of that whack-a-mole thing. Basically, people run from thing to thing, and something bad happens, and then we react. That's just not a good situation. And unfortunately, it feels like that gap is growing. The adversaries are getting sort of farther and farther ahead of the defenders. And we have to get out of being reactive and actually get proactive. Can we predict things? Can we prevent things? Can we plan for things? And so do we have the right principles, the right laws, the right guidelines, the right guidance, things that science creates for you? We just don't have that today, and it is desperately needed. And so it's really an attempt to finally sort of get ahead of the problem, and right now we're just not in a very good state. So it's working towards developing a science that will allow you to finally get ahead of the problem rather than being perpetually behind. It's also important to us to take an interdisciplinary approach. So, I could sit here and talk to you all about algorithms and data structures and discrete math and all this technical stuff. And the Darwin-Deason Institute, and I'm a computer science professor, we have our center of gravity in the technical part of the campus over in the Lyle School of Engineering. But it's really important to us to take an interdisciplinary approach because we know that cybersecurity, it's referred to as a wicked problem. Not wicked in the evil sense, but wicked in the sense that it's really hard to solve. So for example, you could come up with a perfectly good technical solution, but actually make the problem worse. Let me give you an example. There's this concept known as, in the social sciences, known as risk homeostasis. And it's basically the idea that you can improve something, but people's kind of tolerance for risk kind of stays the same. So here's my example. So there was a study done in Germany. It was in the 80s, I think it was like the late 80s, maybe early 90s, in which there was this group of taxi drivers that were driving too fast, and they were getting in accidents, et cetera. And they tried to figure out a way to lower the number of accidents through this group of taxi drivers. So they gave them, they did a controlled study. They gave half the taxi drivers anti-lock brakes, and the other group didn't have any lock brakes, so it was controlled. And anti-lock brakes, from an engineering perspective, are clearly better. It allows you to sort of corner a little better at higher speeds. So if you have anti-lock brakes, your car is safer. It turns out that the taxi drivers with anti-lock brakes actually drove faster and had a few more accidents than the group that didn't. So it was an example where the technical solution should have improved things. It actually made it a little worse. Well, the taxi drivers basically thought that, well, since I have a better car, now I can drive faster. And so you worry that the same thing might happen in cyberspace. So somebody finds out that, I just got a new firewall and I just got a new antivirus piece of software. I'm going to operate a little riskier in cyberspace, right? There's sort of this people thing where a pure engineering solution may not actually improve things. And so it's really important to kind of take this interdisciplinary approach, and my next slide kind of reflects a little bit of that, but it really is a very difficult problem. You could have a perfectly reasonable technical solution and maybe not make things better. And then finally, working hard to train students here and allow them to get great jobs and defend systems and stuff, so to help close the skills gap that I talked about previously. Sorry. So we have basically 4 interdisciplinary programs, and they basically range from really technical stuff like things like hardware and network security engineering to software and systems, and then moving on to more social sciences things, economics and social sciences, psychology, economics, that sort of thing, and then a program in policy and law. And all of these programs really have to work together, and it isn't just a technical thing. It has to encompass these domains. And so we've got leads on each of these groups and actively doing research. Let me comment on a little bit on the science of cybersecurity and maybe just describe quickly one study we're doing. So one of our researchers basically looked at the issue of why it is that these web servers get compromised. So all the time you hear about these websites, these web machines being compromised. And so one of our researchers, Dr. Tyler Moore, working with one of his graduate students, Marie Vasic, used a methodology that was actually used by epidemiologists. And it's basically this case control study. It's really an interesting approach, and it is reflective of sort of this interdisciplinary approach. They basically look at outcomes and not necessarily at security levels. So they took this random sample of something like 200,000 machines and looked at those machines that were hacked and machines that were not hacked. And then they sort of went backwards in time. It's much like the use of this study, years ago, probably like the 40s or 50s, on establishing the linkage between smoking and lung cancer. You looked at people who had lung cancer, you looked at people who didn't, and you looked back in time and you found out that people who had lung cancer tended to smoke. Used the same sort of methodology here. Machines that were hacked, machines that were not hacked, and then you look back in time to find out what caused the hack. It turned out that in general, these machines running a particular content management system, WordPress or Joomla, tended to be the machines that were hacked, and those that didn't tended not to be hacked. And similarly, he shows that a particular operating system tended to be hacked more than others. So this is just an example of using kind of an interdisciplinary approach and helping us understand better sort of about what's happening. Again, kind of consistent with this approach of science, we have data sets now that we're making available for other people to analyze. So, that's part of what science does. You have a theory, you gather data, you modify your theory, and then you allow other people to look at your data and do they form a different theory based upon it, et cetera. And then we've allowed people to download the data sets and then challenge us if they think something, they have a better idea. We think everybody benefits from this kind of approach. And then the last thing I'll mention is basically a little bit of allowing me to brag a little bit about our team. So it turns out that there's interestingly, in addition to the NCAA basketball tournament or the NCAA football tournament, there is now a National Collegiate Cyber Tournament. It's called the National Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition, CCDC. And it's a pretty big deal now. It's been going on for about 10 years now. And it essentially results in this big final event towards the end of April. It's been held in San Antonio for the last many years. And then there end up being sort of regional. It's much like the NCAA, you win the regional and then you go on to the final. And so there are regional competitions. And sorry, it's a little bit, it's probably a little bit difficult to read. But on the left column, the fourth down, I've circled a team. And so the SMU cybersecurity team won the Southwest Regional in 2014, and we qualified for the finals. We were really proud of that. So basically, yeah, thank you. We feel really good about that. And we beat some good teams. We beat Texas A&M. We beat Texas Tech. It was good. And I literally got a note from the captain of the team yesterday, where we're now in qualifiers. So we've actually qualified for the Southwest Regional. It's a pretty strict thing. So by the way, basically the way it works is you have these teams of students, sort of around 8 students, and imagine a network where there's a center of the network, and then around the center of the network are other networks, and the group in the center, it's called the red team, the group in the center tries to hack the networks on the outside of the ring, and the students have to defend the networks. And so you have basically a really talented group of people who try to break your network. The students have to defend the networks. And basically you score points and so forth based on how well you can defend the network. And as I mentioned, we won. There was an example where a team some years ago on the East Coast, what they did is the team actually hacked the scoring engine, and they caused their score to go higher. And then the officials had to decide, should we give them the win? Because the results were, and they actually conceded and actually gave them the win. So these are pretty crazy things. We didn't do that, by the way, in the case where we won. But okay, but so yeah, I just wanted to pat our students on the back. We're very proud of our students. They're working hard, and they're going to get great jobs, and we're just delighted that they're passionate about it. Okay. So this is my last slide, and I guess I was asked to kind of, so I'm getting the sign to and to the extent that if you have questions, please grab me on the way out. I may not have left enough time, but basically I'll just kind of close with these last few comments. Unfortunately, the problem's really bad now. Unfortunately, I think the problem is going to get worse before it's going to get better, and we're sort of seeing that play out. 2014 was really bad. 2015 has started out bad, so we'll just kind of keep watching it. I've commented about the fact that cybersecurity is a wicked problem. It really does require an interdisciplinary approach, really creative solutions all around, and so we hope to be able to add to some of those. This skills gap thing is going to last well into the future. I can give you some examples about the, how eager companies are to approach our students for jobs and so forth. So our students are going to get great jobs, but unfortunately we just don't have enough people. I actually have plans to start making visits out to middle schools and stuff. We just need way more people to get interested in the field. So I hope to be able to actually get out to some schools this spring myself and kind of raise awareness and talk about it. And then finally, there's this phrase that reminds me of kind of what we're working on. The best time to plant a tree. When was the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. Well, sort of can't go back in time. I wish we had science. I wish we had tons of people. If we had all those things 20 years ago, it wouldn't be so bad now. Well, can't go back in time, so second best time is now. So that's kind of where we're at. Okay, so that concludes my time. I'm just so grateful for allowing me to have this, thankful for the opportunity to have you listen to me. I do kind of view this as a bit of awareness raising, and you folks have a powerful reach relative to the media and so forth. So I hope this has been helpful, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We'll get it started with panel 3 here in a moment. I had been thinking this morning about how to solve that conundrum between the press corps in the White House and Obama's team currently. And clearly Fred Chang gave us our solution, which is to hire his students to go ahead and hack the White House press machine. Later this afternoon, unfortunately, John Meacham and Peter Baker are both stuck in ice and snow in the east. But we will have, Jeffrey Engel will host the keynote discussion with, we're very fortunate to have Alan Lowe, who's going to come over as the director of the George W. Bush Library and Museum, is going to join us, as well as will Thomas DeFrank and Olivia Knox. So that's the keynote discussion later today. As far as panel 3 goes, our first presenter on this panel is Dr. George C. Edwards III, Distinguished Professor of Political Science and Jordan Chair in Presidential Studies in the Department of Political Science at Texas A&M University. The title of his paper is Leading the Public Through the New Media. Our second presenter is Dr. Martha Kumar, Professor in the Department of Political Science at Towson University. Her paper is titled Presidents and the Press, Continuity and Change in Their Relationship. Our commentators today were to include Peter Baker, Chief White House Correspondent of the New York Times. However, he's sitting in Washington trying to get a story and stuck in the snow. Instead, and in addition to, we have David Demarest. David is the Vice President of Public Affairs at Stanford University. And by the way, he ran the cyber conference last week that Obama was at. And he is a former White House Communications Director in the administration of President George H.W. Bush. Professor Edwards, the podium is yours.
Thank you. It's very nice to be at SMU, and I want to thank William and Rita and Jeff and all the others who are involved in making this happen. Now, despite all their efforts to lead public opinion, presidents don't directly reach the American people on a day-to-day basis, as we know. For more than 2 centuries, the primary intermediary between the president and the public has been the press, first newspapers, then radio and television. It was the traditional news that provided people with most of what they knew about chief executives and their policies. The White House communication environment, of course, has undergone a sea change, and the president can't depend on broadly focused newspapers, network television, and radio to reach the public any longer. In response, the White House has embraced the latest technology to take its case to the people. At its core, the new modes of communication offer an opportunity to bypass the press and communicate directly with the public. Now, these changes raise a host of important questions on how they impact the president's relations with the traditional media and the nature of the media's coverage of the president, and we've heard hints of that today, sometimes more than hints of that today, and that's very good. For this paper, however, the question is whether these advances in technology make it easier for the public, for the president, to lead the public. One of the most salient characteristics of the modern media environment is its fragmentation. It's not possible to reach the public directly through the bully pulpit because it's not watching the news or reading the newspapers. Audiences for presidential speeches and press conferences have declined steadily since the 1970s. When he spoke on behalf of his health care reform in 2009, for example, Barack Obama drew only 32 million viewers. Now, that's a lot more viewers than I would draw, but this is a nation of 320 million people, and that's typical for his national addresses. The White House also faces obstacles obtaining presidential coverage in the first place, or television coverage in the first place. The networks began to rebel against providing airtime back in the 70s and the 80s, and the traditional broadcast networks, for example, chose not to carry Obama's address on immigration last November. The president also has a problem sending his signals more indirectly, as well as through primetime presentations. The audience for the network evening news has declined to 22.6 million people in 2013, and the audience for primetime cable news has dropped to just under 3 million people. Between 2003 and 2013, daily newspaper circulation dropped nearly 10 million to 46 million, a drop of 17%. Sunday circulation dropped 7 million to a total of 50 million, a drop of 15%. So the Obama White House has had to innovate to reach the public and survive in this new communications environment. Now, Teddy Roosevelt gave prominence to the bully pulpit by exploiting the hunger of modern newspapers for national news and the way that it could be personalized in the presidency. FDR broadened the reach and immediacy of presidential communications with his use of radio. More recently, Kennedy and Reagan mastered the use of television to speak directly to the American people. And now Barack Obama has positioned himself as the first internet president. And it's a good thing he has. The internet, which emerged in 2008 as the leading source for campaign news, has now surpassed all media except television as a main source for national and international news. More people say they rely mostly on the internet for news than say they rely on newspapers, although many of those people, like myself, turn to traditional outlets on the web. Young people are even more likely to report that they rely on the internet as a main source of national and international news. So Obama's 2008 election campaign made great efforts to put the candidates' messages directly in voters' inboxes and social media feeds, as well as their television sets. Once in the White House, the Obama team has produced and distributed much more video than any past administration. To do so, of course, it maintains a staff devoted to producing online videos for whitehouse.gov, Obama's YouTube channel, and other video depots such as Vine. The administration provides an extensive blog offering short stories accompanied by photos and videos, including West Wing Week, which we had discussed just a few minutes ago, an end-of-the-week video blog. And in addition, the White House streams live events provides podcasts of speeches, remarks, events, and briefings. It's also, as we now know, has adopted other strategies such as hosting an animated page on BuzzFeed. Of course, we know the president has recently done a video shoot for BuzzFeed, which apparently has gone viral. Appearing on Between Two Ferns and on the comedy website Funny or Die. And apparently the White House encourages the president and others to pose for selfies and other funny pictures, once again in hopes that these will go viral and appear on Upworthy and other significant websites. That was slightly tongue-in-cheek, I'm afraid. At any rate, the Obama White House has tried to flood niche media markets via blogs, Twitter feeds, Facebook pages, and Flickr photo streams. And to exploit more fully the developments in communications technology, of course, it's established an Office of Digital Strategy. It regularly alerts more than 5 million Twitter followers on the president's policy stances, and his personal Twitter feed, @Barack Obama, has, this was of last week, 54.7 million followers, reaches more people than all the nightly news broadcasts combined, and more than the total circulation of all daily newspapers. Similarly, his Facebook page has 45 million likes. In addition, as we now know, with considerable force and passion, the White House tracks journalist tweets for comments that it might view as inaccurate, incomplete, or unfair, as well as for cues about what the press is reporting and how it might portray the president and the administration, and then flags these tweets and mass emails to more than 80 Obama aides, who then respond, delicately, of course. And, of course, the White House starts communicating with Politico.com quite early in the day to try to influence what others will view as important. It uses Politico as a forum to rebut directly its adversaries in front of the rest of the media. It has also innovated in the use of internet interviews, town hall meetings, and interviews with YouTube viewers, Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook users, Twitter town hall meetings, LinkedIn town hall meetings, and more recently interviews with my friend Ezra Klein on Vox, and BuzzFeed interview, of course. And finally, I will just mention that the fragmentation of the media has provided it opportunities to tap into markets for specialized news. For example, the Obama administration holds regular question and answer webcasts with policy officials on whitehouse.gov and grants interviews to websites that are largely ignored in Washington but have large online followings, such as Zillow for housing and WebMD for healthcare news. They also spend a lot of time with people like weather forecasters, because weather forecasters apparently have a lot more credibility when it comes to issues like climate change. It's made special efforts to speak directly to the huge and powerful audience of Latinos, and with interviews on Telemundo and Univision. His weekly internet address is matched each Saturday by a corresponding one in Spanish. And online, the White House Office of Hispanic Media posts messages on Twitter in both English and Spanish. The Spanish come from La Casa Blanca, of course. Well, this is the good news. There's lots of things the White House does. I think we have a reasonably good handle on that. But the question is, does it make any difference? Now, although technology provides the theoretical potential for the White House to communicate more effectively to greater numbers of people, other features of the same environment create obstacles to realizing that potential. And that's really what I want to emphasize in the time I have left. Americans increasingly read and view material that matches their political beliefs. Newspaper editorial pages, of course, have always offered different takes on the news, as they should. But now cable networks and an extraordinary range of websites do as well. Moreover, the algorithms of search engines and social media guide people toward material that's likely to reinforce their views. This ideological insulation poses a new challenge for White House communications, a challenge that can't be overcome by simply communicating in different venues. Twitter conversations around political issues, we now know, often quickly polarize into disconnected groups, with people citing different information sources to make their case. So although the internet offers new opportunities to reach the public in theory, it fragments the president's audience, making it more difficult to reach with unfiltered messages those predisposed to oppose the president. And in theory, if you want to increase support for something, and that is ultimately what presidents want the press for, if you want to do that, you've got to reach those who don't agree with you. Now, widespread access to the internet has created the potential for people to communicate easily with each other as well as to receive communications from leaders. Conservatives have exploited this technology to reinforce their and Republican opposition to the Obama administration. Indeed, nothing has served conservative organizers better than Barack Obama, whom they have vilified as the devil incarnate. The fragmented news audience has also allowed Fox News and conservative radio hosts to dominate the cable and radio airways. The ideological segmentation of the audience has allowed conservative discourse to go largely unanswered in many venues, and they will not feature the president's responses. Moreover, conservatives employ the same range of videos, emails, tweets, and blogs as the White House and its supporters. All of these developments actually make it more difficult for the president to lead the public. Now, the obverse of this situation may seem to be that the president can now reach those predisposed to follow his lead in a context that facilitates reinforcement of those predispositions. But this is only partially true. When the White House texts its supporters, it is in part preaching to the choir. Now, such communications are useful. They're not to be dismissed. They're useful because perhaps the first rule of coalition building is solidifying the core. Moreover, committed congregants can be very helpful evangelists. When critics attack the president on issues ranging from health care reform to Syria and Benghazi, progressive bloggers jump to his defense. Moreover, they employ sharper arguments than the White House would be comfortable with. No White House has ever enjoyed the luxury of having its arguments and talking points advanced on a minute-by-minute basis, or no White House before the Obama White House. Naturally, the White House is attentive to its blogging supporters and offers off-the-record briefings to select bloggers and includes them in the press pools that take turns covering the president up close. But on the other hand, true believers are not prone to cutting their own leader much slack. Liberals have used the new technology to oppose the president's pragmatism and tendencies toward moderation. We see that all the time. We see that right now, and we're coming to, for example, talking about trade policy. The Democratic choir is composed of true believers, but they don't represent most of the Democratic congregation. I felt I should use these religious metaphors at SMU, but it is hardly unlikely that it's appropriate for me to go further with them. So but at any rate, sometimes the flock contains skeptics. More importantly, most of those predisposed to support the president rarely, if ever, view a White House video or watch a presidential interview on the internet. Most White House videos have no more than a few thousand viewers. This is a nation of 320 million people. Many more people, of course, receive White House emails and tweets, but we know very little about the effects of these messages, but I think there's quite a bit of reason to be skeptical. Despite the account's massive following, the @Barack Obama tweets are on average only retweeted 1,400 times. Now, that's a lot more than a tweet from me would be retweeted, but it's a nation of 320 million people. Most presidential communications to the public go to true believers, not the broader pool of potential supporters. So let's move to the bottom line then, and that is moving public opinion. Now, as some of you know, I have written very extensively about that and have not included an extensive discussion of that in my paper itself, but I would like to discuss it here just for a few minutes. The fact is that given the information that we have, it's not possible to determine the contribution of any of the new media to the reinforcement of supporters' views. It's difficult to disentangle the effects from something such as partisan polarization. But the likelihood of impact, or the likelihood that there is an impact, is quite small. And this is ironic given the White House's behavior of which we have heard complaints earlier today, but nevertheless, we don't have any evidence that he has higher levels of approval than we would anticipate from a president, even among his co-partisans. In fact, one of the problems in getting a majority support, which he's not been able to obtain for Obamacare, has been the relatively low level of support from Democrats. Of course, Republicans give it extremely low level of support, but it's a Democratic support, which is surprising. He doesn't have a particularly impressive support for his initiatives among his co-partisans. And he doesn't have remarkably high levels of support. He has pretty high levels of support among his partisans, general job approval, but that has been the case for some time. That's not a surprise, and at a time when we didn't have the same communications environment. His partisans, his co-partisans, have not been less volatile in their support, meaning they were more steadfast because they were reinforced regularly, or some such theory. There's not been less opposition from true believers who stray from when he strays from the liberal line. Seems to me it's about the same as one might expect. So there is a little evidence of those predisposed to support him, of reinforcement. But nevertheless, we've always had that. And this can be an advantage to the president, but it's a modest one. So the bottom line, as far as can the president get more support for his policies, which he then can use to pressure Congress, which is what it's all about, ultimately, the answer is no, he can't. There's no evidence to support that assertion, or very, very little evidence to support that assertion, and a lot of evidence to challenge it. Now, there's another element of this. Reaching people is useful for political leaders. Mobilizing them is even better. There was much talk at the beginning of the Obama administration about the great power that would come from harnessing the internet to create a groundswell of grassroots support for the president, which would in turn move Congress to support the president's programs. The paper includes, which I will not repeat now, all kinds of quotes from people who ought to know better, should have known better, about the magnificent power that the president would have. It was going to be quite extraordinary. Well, at any rate, we know that the White House organized Organizing for America. That has to be a big disappointment in just about anybody's book. So after the president was reelected, they did it again. They kept the letters so they didn't have to change the towels, but it was Organizing for Action. So they tried this in 2013. Nevertheless, there's little evidence of any success at all. The promise of exploiting technology to mobilize supporters behind the White House's initiatives has yet to be realized. And I think that the reasons I gave earlier help explain why this hasn't happened. So let me quickly conclude here. On the one hand, technological developments such as email, the ease of uploading videos and photos via YouTube and Flickr, and social media sites like Facebook and Twitter have fundamentally changed the relationship between the president, the media, and the public. Reporters are no longer only, or even necessarily the main conduit through which news flows. Now the White House has the potential to bypass the press and communicate directly and appealingly with the public. These technological advances offer the president opportunities to compensate for the declining audience for presidential messages over the traditional media, and be better positioned to reinforce the views of those predisposed to support him. However, audience fragmentation and ideological insulation make it more difficult to reach the bulk of the population. Moreover, the opposition is able to exploit the same tools and audience characteristics to challenge the White House and reinforce the tendencies of its adherents. And in the unkindest cut of all, true believers among Democrats push back against the president's moderate tendencies. And there's little evidence the president can mobilize his supporters to pressure Congress for change. So it seems to me the most balanced conclusion is that the impact of the new media on the president's ability to govern is quite marginal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Much of our in the relationship between the White House and the press, the president and reporters. And so when looking at the relationship over time, there are three elements that I'd like to talk about, and they are continuity, adaptation, and personal choice. In continuity, we're looking at what things don't change that we can see from far back. Adaptation, on the other hand, is seeing the ways in which when an environment changes, the White House has sought to make changes in their operation so they can make use of whether it's new resources or new strategies. And personal choice is the room that a president has in his communications to try to shape them his own way. He can choose forums, he can choose when he wants to speak, where he wants to speak and respond to reporters' queries, depending upon what he is comfortable with and what he thinks is going to target the audience that he wants. And so in looking at these three elements, I'm going to look at a database that, which you can see the first part of up there, that I've been keeping for several years. And what I've wanted to do is try to capture all of the interchanges that a president has with reporters. And there are three main ones that we're going to see, and we're going to look at them for Presidents Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama, and we're looking at them at the same time period, which is January 20th at the end of their 6th year. So I've brought it up to date to last month. And so we're going to track over time. I think we learn a lot from seeing presidents, how they use their time, because time is the most important resource that a president and a White House has. And so we can see what they value. When we look at, we go back and look at the importance of the press relationship to the White House, we can see over time it's there's one thing that we can see even farther back in this time period, that what presidents and their White House staffs have wanted. And they have been single-minded, no matter what the forum is going to be, in trying to get a direct channel to the public with as little interference as they can by news organizations. In his diary, Eisenhower's press secretary, James Hagerty, spoke directly to the point of why he championed moving to the distribution of information to television, newsreels, and radio. And so in his diary on March 4th, 1954, Hagerty spoke about a particular news release, and he said, "I'm glad we released the tape of the statement to radio, TV, and newsreels. To hell with slanted reporters. We'll go directly to the people who can hear exactly what Prez said without reading warped and slanted stories." And presidents and the press secretaries who followed all were interested in that same thing, no distortion of their message if they could avoid it. George W. Bush fairly frequently referred to what he called the filter. In a 2005 interview with the London Times, Bush expressed a sentiment that was very similar to Hagerty's. "My job is to occasionally go out above the filter and speak directly to the people." And that has been a mutually shared goal. And how they've done it, the forums that they've had, as we'll see, are going to vary, but the object has been very much the same. So there are three types of interchanges that I'm looking at, which take into account all of the interactions that presidents have with news organizations. The first is press conferences, and press conferences started with Woodrow Wilson, and have every president since then has had them, although they may not have had them on a consistent basis. Press conferences come in two shapes. One are the solo sessions that, that they hold with a group of reporters that usually takes about 45 minutes. In this administration, in that amount of time, the president maybe can get through 10 people. In Clinton's time, he could get through double that many. So you have the solo, and then you have the joint ones with foreign leaders. Like last week, he had a joint news conference with Angela Merkel that was was very interesting. And those reporters only get a couple of questions. Each side will get 2 questions. And then you have a second type of exchange, which are short question and answer sessions. These are, say the president is in the cabinet room, he's about to hold a meeting with his cabinet, and he makes remarks, and then he'll take a couple of questions. That is, the full press corps can't be there because they wouldn't fit in the room. So you have a rotating pool that will go in. For radio, there'll be a pooler that it's assigned a particular day, and it's just done alphabetically. And then there's a print pooler as well, and the print pooler then writes up the event and the color around it, who's there, and that sort of thing. So that's the short Q&As. And then there's the presidential interview. And the interviews can be big, like the 60 Minutes interview that the president prefers with Steve Kroft. He has done, I think he's done 6 or 7 of them. And those are long sessions where he can explain in some length what he's thinking and doing. On the other hand, you might have a short one like the ones that Google set up a couple of weeks ago that had 3 different bloggers, one of them being a woman named Glozell, who is known for her green lipstick and clothing. So they can vary. In his case, what he's been trying to do is we'll see, is target specific audiences around particular initiatives that he has. The figures that you're going to see represent the 4 presidents who served 2 terms, and then George H.W. Bush. I've kept him in here. I started it this I started it at the end of the Clinton administration and have been going with it ever since. Where I get my data, the first 2 categories, press conferences and short Q&As, I get from the public papers of the president, either through the daily compilation of presidential documents or through the American Presidency website. The interview category, and this is a unique set of figures, I have gotten for Reagan and H.W. Bush, I've gone through the president's daily diary, and I've gone through Reagan's personal diary, and I use those entries. And then for Presidents Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama, I use internal White House information. In looking at the relationship with these 3 points, continuity, adaptation, and personal choice, when you look at the presidents being interested in taking the presidency to the people, I mean, that started with George Washington. They had, presidents regularly took what were called swings around the circle, which was taking the presidency to the people, both the institution of the presidency and the individual president, so they could have contact with their government. And presidents want to try to get that direct relationship, whether they're going from stagecoach to train to Air Force One. And during that same time period, the press has been just as interested in getting a sense of who he is, and they want to see him up close and have a direct view of him. In this time period, the contours of the relationship have been pretty much the same, even though the strategies and the tools may be different. The press, from the president's point of view, is a vehicle that he should be able to use. They're in his house. And so he figures that their job is to present the information as they want to get it across. Now, the need to do this has increased as government functions have increased. That if you look at all the government programs that now are at the national level, and the president's, with his involvement in them, he's had to explain to the public what he thinks should be done and how. And as the chief executive and implementer of legislation, he has needed to explain a lot. And if you look at the shift in what we expect of a president, and one small tell is looking at the rules and regulations that the federal government has to implement, that they've created, and then a president is going to be involved in implementing. And in implementing them, he is going to need to explain them. And in Eisenhower's day in 1955, there were about 10,000 pages in the Federal Register. No rule or reg can take effect unless it's been in the Federal Register. And now with Obama, there are over 80,000. And that means that he is going to have to explain what it is he's doing. The first slide is supposed to be addresses and remarks. Let's see. Well, just in looking at addresses and remarks by the president, when we look at that 6-year period, Barack Obama, when we put in addresses to the nation, weekly radio addresses, and plain addresses and remarks, it comes to 2,674. With George W. Bush, it's 2,962, and with Clinton, it was 3,132. So it's only a difference, really, of a couple of hundred on those three presidents, no matter whether it was a Democrat or a Republican, a liberal or conservative, no matter what their goals were, the numbers were very similar because they each have to get to their constituencies to explain themselves. Oh yeah, here they are. And with Reagan, you have 1,931. So he had fewer. He also had fewer opportunities to get to the public in that he did not have cable television. Cable television comes on with Bill Clinton. In 1996, you have Fox and MSNBC come to the White House. In looking at continuity, another element is the role of precedent. That once a president establishes a precedent, that his successors have been quite interested in following up on it. And you can see that with Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is the first person to come up with the idea of a weekly radio address. Mike Deaver said that they developed it because he loved radio and he went to Camp David every weekend, and it gave him something to do. Additionally, it could be an agenda setter for the Sunday news, the chat shows inside Washington. And so all of his successors, except George H.W. Bush, have followed that pattern. And in Bush's case, H.W. Bush, he adopted it towards the end of his presidency, but Clinton, George W. Bush, and Obama started it right off because they could see that it was something that was helpful to them. So now a president can expect to have about 500 speeches a year. Another practice that was adopted just as easily. Let's see if we can. Well, let's do this. In looking at the press conference is the development of the joint press conference with foreign leaders. That George H.W. Bush was very interested in foreign policy, and he liked the idea of doing these sessions with foreign leaders. And he was the first president to do it. Now, Roosevelt and other presidents had done sessions with their budget directors and with cabinet directors, and in Roosevelt's case, he did one with Winston Churchill. But those were just episodic. And with George H.W. Bush, they were developed as a pattern, as a tool, both a diplomatic tool as well as a communications tool. They have the benefit of having the president and the foreign leader on the same platform talking about the meetings they've had, because usually they're done afterwards, after they've had their meeting, and so they talk about what they agreed on. So it was different than in, say, the 1950s when a foreign leader would leave and go to the National Press Club and say anything he or her wanted to say about the meeting with the president. So presidents all along the line have accepted that it's that the press conference is an important communications tool, but they have differing interests about it. With Eisenhower, it went on the record. Before, from Woodrow Wilson up to Eisenhower, they were off the record, and the president decided what things went on the record. So that was something they totally controlled. And so that changes. That's going to change, as we'll see in a minute, with the development of an alternative to the press conference, because the press conference became a pretty much a high wire act. Now, you can see some of the differences in these press conferences over time, that even this short period of time, that depend on changes in the news media. For example, Reagan, you see, had a relatively small number of press conferences when you look at the others. Because he only had 39, say, opposed to 122 for Obama. But you look at the solo, and you see 50, 37, 53 for the last three presidents. With Reagan, what you notice is that last figure, that he had 27 nighttime East Room press conferences that the networks carried. They, in a sense, were a national moment, and we've lost that national moment because it's very difficult for the president now to get that kind of time. So you've only had, with Obama, Bush, and Clinton, each one of them has had only 4 nighttime news conference. Then also a continuing aspect of the time period, this whole time period, even though we're going to see there a lot of change, the White House story has remained similar. The basic information that reporters want is, and that they will persuade the White House to provide, some of it anyway, are, if you're looking at a presidential initiative, what are the specifics of the initiative, their goals, what the problems or the initiatives are designed to solve, what role the president had in its development, and what his goals are, what alternatives they considered, who participated in the creation of the proposals, both within and outside of the White House, and what is the response on the Hill, what groups are involved in the issue, and what the prospects or success are. So no matter what the medium is, this is the kind of information that reporters have gone after and continue to go after. They may have to report it in different ways than they once did, but that is what they've been interested in. So the second element after continuity is adaptation in the relationship, where you can see changing conditions and resources. So, for example, in looking with Eisenhower, with the entrance of television, I think when in 1950 about 6% of the population had television, and by 1960 it was over 80%. And during that time period, they were very sensitive to how to use television and put resources to it. So they have adapted, as we can see here with the news conference, from nighttime Eastern news conferences to a more standard one that for a solo that is during the daytime, not the nighttime. And you see also Oval Office addresses in Reagan's time period. He had over 40 at a comparable time, when today Obama's numbers are far less. And I think Bush had about 30, and that was during a wartime period. And after September 11th, they were more interested in letting him have them. In Obama's case recently, when he was discussing the changes in our Cuba policy, he was not given airtime at night. It was, he got airtime during the day, but mostly that's going to be on cable. So what we then have is to try to get on a regular basis to the public and respond to reporters' questions are the short question and answer session. These are the ones that a pool of reporters, when a pool goes in to ask questions. And there's a very interesting difference here. You can see that Obama has the lowest number of any of the 5 presidents. That includes George H.W. Bush, who only had 1 term. He has 152, his numbers are 152, and you also notice standing out there is Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton liked to talk about policy in any venue he wanted that anybody had. If anybody yelled a question at him, he was likely to respond, much to the chagrin of his staff. But in Obama's case, he's been quite chary about answering these questions. And I think a lot of it goes to his own tendency to talk at length. When he's asked a question, he cedes as both a lawyer and as an academic. He looks on the one hand, on the other, it could be this way, it could be that way. Early on, he was asked about the possible creation of a torture commission and by Congress, and his answer was 718 words. And what that did is it dogged his press secretary, Robert Gibbs. And he had to answer questions about that. Did he want it? Did he not want it? He had to answer them for a couple of weeks. What they have in some of the disappearing opportunities, what they have tried to do is adapt and use the opportunities they have to target particular sections of the country, and we'll see in a minute. During this whole time period, when you look at the White House communications operation, the organization dealing with it, one of the things that stands out is its continuity. It's been a stable framework since the Nixon administration. It's been bifurcated into communications that does long-term planning, and then the press office that does daily operations. And when they have, say, the digital media comes on, it is grafted on. We've not had any president who's come in and said, let's redo this whole communications element. Which says, I think, a lot about what happens during a transition into office, the difficulties of making those kinds of changes. And then once you haven't made the change, it stays pretty much the same. Well, the third element is personal choice. And here you have presidents choosing different ways in terms of the interviews they have, of having different ways that they're going to deal with the public. In Obama's case, you will notice that he's had 872 interviews, which clearly is by far the most that any president has had. George W. Bush, at this point, had 333, Bill Clinton, 239, H.W. Bush, 383, and Ronald Reagan, 415. And with both Reagan and H.W. Bush, because I've gone through their diary that gives phone calls placed and received, I have more information on them than I do for the others, because they're obviously Obama's is not out, but Bill Clinton's is not out either. It's supposed to come out 12 years after the end of the administration, but it hasn't come out yet, and George Bush's is not due yet. But when you look at how they break down, and you can look at them in a couple of different ways. And what I've broken them down into is type of media and the audience that the president is aiming for. When you look at type of media, you see that television is still crucial. With Obama using 56% of his interviews are with television, and only 1.3% of his interviews as of January 20th were with internet or online publications. So they may talk a lot about it and use other people for their online presence. But with Obama, he has been pretty traditional there. But he's liked radio, as did Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, radio was his favorite. When Clinton did print, he used to do roundtables. And when you go back and look at the news organizations that were part of those regional roundtables, many of them no longer exist. And so today, they have not been able, in the Obama administration, they've talked about how they have not been able to do it because of that. In George H.W. Bush's administration, he did television as well. Ronald Reagan, who you think of as television, actually did print. And so 70% of his interviews are print, and he favored doing interviews with Hugh Sidey of Time, U.S. News and World Report. He did Business Week and Newsweek, and they are no longer factors. So some of this is not just personal choice, but the conditions of news organizations. In looking at the audiences that these presidents have aimed for, Barack Obama has had several audiences he's going for. He's national, like doing the television interviews with 60 Minutes. Because you reach a huge audience, but at the same time, you want to target. So when he's doing regional and local media, what he is doing is targeting for a particular reason. It's just not because he wants to take himself to the local area and make use of an anchor who may be may not ask particularly tough questions, but often they do. But he's usually going for a reason. Like during the government shutdown, he brought in local anchors from Wichita, from Phoenix, from Norfolk, all had large government installations or had contractors like Boeing in Wichita. They were going to be heavily affected by the shutdown. So they had specific reasons. When he went to Brazil to talk trade, he did interviews again with Norfolk because there was a lot of trade. There were a lot of ships that came in from Brazil. In specialty press, and that specialty press is particularly important during periods before elections. And it generally is dealing with Black and Latino stations because he wants to get to those particular audiences. So they have been able to target it in a way that was not the case in an earlier time period. In looking at George W. Bush's numbers, one of the things that's so interesting there is his use of interviews for a foreign audience. And that was a strategy they had that they set up when they did a trip. They set up that trip by doing interviews, telling the country that the president was coming, what he was interested in, what to look for. So in time for me to wrap up here. So you can see that presidents have been able to accommodate the changes, but you have to ask in the case, because we're looking at Obama in particular, so many people have, what has it done for him? And I think if you look at the accomplishments that Obama had, of avoiding a financial collapse, finally getting Affordable Care Act through, and the automobile bailout. In looking at all of those, that all the media exposure he's had has not created for him a groundswell of support or for those particular things or a knowledge of what it has been that he has done during his presidency. So numbers in themselves don't make the difference. It's the quality of the context you have and the way that you string them together in the story you tell. And I think that's where they've come up short.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, get the energy going here. It is true, as you heard, that I was on the receiving end of a White House visit to Stanford on Friday, which was the Cybersecurity Summit. And I guess all I would say is it's really nice to have that in my rearview mirror. It was quite a production. It was great for Stanford to have that kind of profile on such an important issue. But the metaphor or the analogy about you never want to see how a law is made, you never want to see how a sausage is made, you don't want to see how a White House conference is made either sometimes. So it was an honor to have the president come to Stanford, but it was quite a production. And some of the comments about how the White House manages message certainly were quite reflective of the kinds of iterations that we had when we were working with them over the last week or so. My role is to comment on the papers and then offer some additional comments. I enjoyed both papers for very different reasons. George's, I thought, was particularly, in a sense, counterintuitive given how much emphasis the White House has placed on social media. That drawing the connection between whether social media is really having the desired effect and whether you can really correlate the amount of resource and the amount of effort that is being put into that arena, whether you can correlate that to what kind of impact is it having in terms of the president's ability to govern. I think your final line in your paper, George, was that it was in your view, was marginal. And I think I would subscribe to that point of view. Martha's, in terms of her kind of look back on how different presidencies used different formulations with media and reporters, was particularly interesting to me because I was the communications director of the White House during H.W.'s term, and there were things that I had not recalled that her paper illuminated. One was that while I, of course, knew that George H.W. had done many, many joint press conferences with foreign leaders, I was not aware that Ronald Reagan did none. And that, to me, was a very interesting observation and collection of data. I did know that President Reagan used the East Room press conference as a particular vehicle for his style. And we did only 2 in President Bush's term. And after the first one, decided that we really liked the less formal setting much, much better. That he was more relaxed in that setting. It was more workmanlike and more businesslike, and that was the kind of relationship that we had wanted to try to foster with the White House press corps and media in general. When I thought about this, it's tough to go later in the program because everything that you were going to say when you walk in the door has already been said. So I've been making notes all along this morning. So what I am going to say is quite different than what I was going to say. So to me, this is really a discussion about change. And it is that the fact is that no organization is immune to technological change. You've heard a number of accounts of how the relationship between the White House and media has changed over history. That is certainly in part due to the technological changes that have happened in the last 50, 75 years. Tom DeFrank mentioned, being kind of a dinosaur because of the kind of technology that was available to him when he was first operating in the White House, and the same applies to me. There was no cell phone when I came into the White House in 1989. We were known in the campaign because I was communications director of the president's political campaign, his presidential campaign in '88. We were thought of as the ones that were really on the cutting edge of technology and using technology. One of the things that we used that was emblematic of that was doing blast faxes. Now, that's sort of embarrassing today. But it was that kind of technology that we were always trying to take advantage of in new and different ways. I had a pager, and the pager had only a certain number of characters on it, and it was one way only. So that I'd be driving to work, and I'd be sitting in traffic, and a little, 18-carat message would come across, and it would say something like, "POTUS needs you ASAP." And I would sit in traffic, not being able to do a thing about it, and I would then wonder, what is going on at the White House that I really am going to walk into when I get there? Are we starting a war? Does the president just need a tweak on a speech? No idea. And it was a rather stress-producing moment. So that in answer to Jeff's question, when Stacia was talking about the media bullying that takes place, Jeff asked that I should respond as to whether I ever sent, one of those scathing, full of vitriol emails, and the simple answer is absolutely not. I never sent a single email while I was in the White House. And that was by design. It wasn't that email didn't exist, but it was not the form of communication that most people used yet. It had not become an indispensable tool in our communications arsenal. And I preferred to do all of my communications either in person or on the phone. But what I can say is that I never had a conversation, either in person or on the phone, that got to the level of that lack of civility that Stacia was talking about. And I think that that has to do with the type of person I worked for in terms of H.W. Bush. He was a consummate gentleman, and he expected a certain kind of behavior from his staff. It is not to say that there weren't energetic discussions that we would have with media that were characterizing stories in a way that we found not particularly either accurate or helpful or whatever, but they seem to remain on a pretty civil level. Interestingly, while I was sitting out there, I went back, and just to show you how cyclical things are, I went back and I looked up a Washington Post article that ran in 1989. And part of the article was basically a criticism of the Bush administration for not being as good as Reagan's team was in terms of managing kind of the pictures of a trip and the kind of the illustrating what the president was doing on the grand stage. And the article was, in a sense, saying that the media were kind of complaining that we weren't manipulating them as well as Reagan did. And in fact, the title of the article was Press Corps to Bush, manipulate us, exclamation point. And I lifted a quote from that article just to show you how kinder and gentler things were back then. And the quote is this, and this is me being quoted: "When you wade through all the rhetoric, the press corps is interested in access, and access helps them more than anything to do the job that they are there to do." He had suggested that maybe familiarity breeds contempt. And I said, familiarity breeds contempt is the result of when it is disingenuous access. By that I mean you go out when you have good news, but you stonewall when you have bad news. If the administration can maintain access and create a sense of fair play, we're onto a new plane here. David Ignatius was the Washington Post reporter that wrote the story, and he then says, "What a kind and gentle thought that human beings, including reporters, would be fair to someone who treats them fairly. What a dubious proposition." So when I thought about commenting on these papers, and then I kind of revised my comments, my observation is really that the question becomes, what are the implications of the changing communications environment? And while some communication strategies clearly have to adjust to new platforms and the new kinds of technologies that are out there, many communication strategies have remained the same. What has changed is speed. What has changed is the variety of platforms that we have to deal with, that sometimes we're forced to respond to either unsubstantiated claims that go viral very quickly, and those are a challenge for organizations to respond to. But there is also a lot of things that haven't changed. And so I thought about the fact that I've now been in 3 sectors. So I had my politics and government career, and then I did 10 years running communications at first Bank of America and then Visa. And for 10 years I was on the corporate side of things. Now I'm at academia, and I've been at Stanford for 10 years. So I've really been able to kind of look through a lens across these 3 sectors. And really there's much more in common in terms of communication strategies than there are in terms of dissimilarities. And so I just thought I'd leave you with my little top 10 list of things that haven't changed. The rules of damage control have not changed. There's an old axiom called worst first. You get the worst information out first, so the story has a descending trajectory instead of an ascending trajectory. If Anthony Weiner had realized that, he would have fessed up immediately. Number 2, the rules of apology. Apologies have to show regret, they've got to show responsibility or take responsibility, and there's got to be a remedy. One of the reasons that Obamacare, when the issue of if you want to keep your plan, you can keep your plan if you want to keep your plan. One of the reasons that was so devastating was that it took many days for him to get to the point of the sincere apology, and some would argue that it never even quite got there. In the first comments that his people made, it was to minimize the issue of 5 million people getting cancellation notices. Then that message strategy shifted to, well, they're going to get better plans. Then that message strategy shifted to putting Obama out there, which no president wants to be put out in a situation like that. And the language that he used was, for those people who have found themselves in this situation. That's not exactly what those people were wanting to hear. And it took him another several days to say we fumbled the rollout. By then, his trust numbers were below 50%. And that's the last place you want a president to be. Number 3, reach does not equal persuasion. There's so much about how many eyeballs are on something and how much reach something has, some technique has. And there's much less discussion about how persuasive that is to either changing positions or causing people to believe more strongly in those positions. What propels reputation? The ingredients of reputation really haven't changed much. That's number 4. Number 5, people act according to their interests, not yours. And the more you understand what drives their interests, the more you'll be able to have an effective communication strategy. Number 6, almost all effective communications involve information, argument, and motivation. If they don't have those 3 ingredients, you're probably missing something. Number 7, effective communications also involve engagement, which to me means relevance. Number 8, the power of imagery is still out there. When you're talking about, if you go back to the early 1900s when William Randolph Hearst said to his photographer about the Spanish-American War, before the Spanish-American War, he said, "You furnish the pictures, I'll furnish the war." He knew the power of imagery, and that was just still photography. TV is incredibly powerful. When you think about when did ISIS really come onto the center stage, it was that horrific set of images that were happening in the Middle East because of ISIS. Number 9, the trust premium still exists if a president seeks to have moral authority domestically or internationally. Once you lose that trust premium, you're going to find governing that much more difficult. And number 10, which has been talked about a little bit today, traditional media, mainstream media, still remain a powerful force in shaping how individuals understand and evaluate a presidency. Thank you very much.
Hi, I've been tweeting your talks, and so I actually have a question from the internet, of all things. Jonathan Bernstein from Bloomberg View wants a question for Martha, and he's wondering, so I'm live tweeting, right, your talk. He wants to know if you think that it's really just Obama's personal style where he's answering fewer questions, or if it's sort of the constraints of media environment today, or some combination of both?
Well, the short question and answer sessions, I think he has not been particularly effective at them. And so he's just made the choice to do interviews instead. So I think that is a personal thing. But I think also that they figured out how to do interviews in a way that targets the specific audience that they want to get to. Sometimes, like during the presidential and congressional elections, they were looking, like in 2014, they were dealing with young people, but with Black and Latino voters and trying to get them out. So I think they've thought those were the audiences that they've wanted to reach. But David has the real point there that it's not just a matter of the numbers of the people that you're reaching, but what evidence is there that you have persuaded them to vote? Because, for example, the voting was off both for Black, Latino, and young people. So I think sometimes that in judging success, that what they're looking at are numbers of people they reach rather than getting a sense of what they got from those interviews and what actions they took afterwards.
Another question? Ma'am?
Oh, thanks. I'm Ann McDonald, and I'm a Bush 43 White House veteran. And I ask Jeffrey sometimes if, if 41 got to be the last statesman president, kind of before kind of the OJization of an inundated 24-hour media cycle, and be interested in your thoughts on how much the constant presence and and so much that has changed in the frequency with which White Houses are supposed to now put out news or comment, how much that has possibly decreased the public's perception of a president as seeming presidential and having kind of the decorum that I would think that most Americans expect and hope that their presidents have. And also I'm interested in your thoughts on how Obama's constant social media presence has detracted or not from the public's view of him as a seeming presidential candidate. I don't know if there's any data on that or if it's only a question that's asked during election years.
Okay, you want to?
Do you have anything?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
In the 1992 campaign, I think it was, Bill Clinton went on Arsenio, which was a evening, late night show. And if I recall, he played the saxophone on Arsenio. And that was a platform, if you will, for him to say certain things about himself, that he was sort of hip and connected to a younger demographic. And I think it was fairly effective. On the obverse of that was that George H.W. Bush thought that was beneath the dignity of the office. And so the question then becomes, there's that tension of how do you thread the needle between something that is culturally becoming more of a norm, meaning engaging in social media, being active in that space, while retaining the level of dignity, if you will, of the office. And I think that presidents today have a bigger challenge in doing that than ever before, because it's a shifting sand right now in terms of what people's expectations are. And I would argue that older voters have very different opinions of what is appropriate for the White House, for the president, than younger voters. And that will settle out at some point, but right now I think that we're in a tremendous state of flux in terms of what is acceptable and what is not.
I think with the fragmentation of audiences that George spoke about, that he sees himself in terms of the BuzzFeed interview or Glozell and the other Google ones. He was trying to get to an audience of young people to get them to sign up for health care before last Sunday. But when you look at, when you're talking about the BuzzFeed, that everybody today has talked about it in terms of the selfies and that sort of thing, but there was a second part to that arrangement that they had. And Ben Smith did an interview with Obama, and these were some of the items that they talked about. What are people looking for in a president? He talked about Putin and his foot in the Soviet past. Obama did. The nature of the Democratic coalition and whether it was personal to him or whether it could be translated to the next Democratic president. The policy of no ransom on kidnapping, and then he asked his reactions to Judge Moore in Alabama not allowing gay marriage. So the interview that we think of, go look at the other part of it. And that looks like an arrangement they made that BuzzFeed is willing to put forward, the image of the president that they thought was going to be helpful to get young people, but at the same time, they wanted to make sure they got some substance out of it, and they did. And a lot of those interviews, you may think like the interview that he did with live with Kelly and Michael. There were very interesting things about the presidency and his thoughts on the presidency. So I just wouldn't dismiss the interviews as being fluff and of something that he could dominate and non-newsworthy. I think there are a lot of them that are newsworthy out of that 872.
I would just add that, and I'm a great fan, as you probably know, and for perhaps obvious reasons, of H.W. Bush, and think he's a greatly underestimated president. But I also like his gentlemanliness. But at any rate, Bill Clinton was also on MTV answering questions about his underwear, which didn't thrill me, but apparently attracted a number of other people. You recall Ronald Reagan wouldn't take his coat off in the Oval Office. The Clintonites did, had pizza and whatever. Just different guys, right? Different times, but it didn't seem, the bottom line is, for me, what difference does this make, aside from my personal tastes? And I don't think it made much difference. Monica Lewinsky made a lot of difference. That was an easy one. Even then, you may recall that Bill Clinton was never as popular as when he was impeached. Yeah. And he had a very good period in the public approval polls at that point. So even though people overwhelmingly said, no, we don't like his personal behavior, we're not high on him, you know, we don't necessarily want to have dinner with him, but they thought he was a good president.
And I would say one of the reasons why is that Clinton constantly talked about what it was doing, what he was doing, what policies he was interested in, explaining the problems and explaining the solutions. And so people saw that and had a sense of what he was about. And I think in Obama's case, it is not quite as clear, because one of the things he doesn't do, which Clinton did, was repeat. Make sure that people understand. When you give a speech, make sure they understand what it is you're talking about and resonate that speech. There was a speech that Obama gave in April of 2009 in which he laid out the pillars of his presidency. It was a speech that he gave on the economy at Georgetown. And I go back to that and I can see that as a thread, a narrative that has gone through his presidency, but is one that they haven't used for that. And I think it was too bad that they didn't.
If I can add to this one item, and that has to do with an often overused word, authenticity, that I think the public looks for authenticity with their president, and when the president does something or acts in a way that seems to violate that authenticity, I think it can be jarring to the body politic. There's a figure of speech called a hyperbaton, and it means reordering of this normal syntactical order of a phrase. And so there, but for the grace of God go I, is a hyperbaton. In Desert Storm, when Desert Shield began, there were pictures of when the president, H.W., was up in Kennebunkport riding around in his boat, in his speedboat. And at the same time, we were deploying troops to the Gulf. And the headlines were that Bush was creating a lot of friction among the body politic because people couldn't see these two images side by side. And I'm a believer that presidents and companies and organizations continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over again. Well, if you look at the day that President Obama spoke to the issue of the first beheading, it's a very somber moment in him in front of the camera. And that same day, there's a photo of him golfing that they put side by side. And it's that jarring effect that I think can be quite damaging to a president in terms of how authentic they think the president is. And it's something that, you know, I think every White House office tries to avoid those things, but sometimes it just happens.
And especially with what they've said during the campaign. And what the portrait they have developed of themselves, like being the most transparent administration. Right. That's the kind of thing, being the most ethical administration. Reporters and everyone else too is going to come back to that and see whether you've met the bar that you set for yourself.
And with that, we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene. Thank you.
Oh, you had somebody.
Okay, panel number 4, our first presenter on our final panel is Dr. Sam Martin, Assistant Professor in the Department of Communication Studies here at SMU. Sam is also an editor of the forthcoming book from this conference. The title of her paper is "The State of the Union is Strong: How Presidents Shape Social and Economic Policy." Our second presenter is Dr. Jennifer Murcia, Associate Professor and Associate Department Head in the Department of Communication at Texas A&M University. The title of her paper is "Ignoring the President: Barack Obama's Post-Rhetorical Presidency." Our commentators are Thomas DeFrank, who you've heard from this morning, contributing editor of the National Journal and former Washington bureau chief of the New York Daily News, and Olivier Knox, almost called you Oliver, Olivier Knox, chief Washington correspondent of Yahoo News. Professor Martin, the podium is yours.
So we've spent, I think every paper today has been about technology. And I'm going to do something a little bit different, well, actually a lot different. Because in my opinion, Barack Obama in particular is trying to do something new, which is change the discourse, which is the political economic discourse of the country. And I spent a long time when I was putting these remarks together weighing what he's trying to do with the media to change this discourse, and weighing what he's doing with the discourse itself and the historical trajectory of how that worked. And so I've decided to give the historical trajectory of the discourse today and pay a little less attention to the media. So I would ask you to bear in mind what I expect you're all very familiar with, which is as he's trying to change this discourse, the technology that he's having to struggle with, that will come out in the book that we've all mentioned, as though y'all are like waiting to rush out and buy this book, is the emergence, and we talk about emergence too, like this is just now happening, it's not, of the blogosphere and more particularly partisan cable news that exists now alongside the traditional mainstream media. And that is playing a large role, and I'm going to mention something that many of us are very familiar with or intrigued by, which is the Tea Party. Okay, I'm going to talk about the Tea Party in this paper a little bit. And so that media is going to sit in the background of my remarks today, but I'm not going to talk about it a whole lot. Okay, but so in the presidency and the press, I'm going to foreground the presidency, I'm going to foreground this discourse, and I'm going to background the media, and I'm going to trust your very good intellectual selves to be able to hold that intention for me, okay? So on Tuesday, January 20th, 2015, Barack Obama stood before a joint session of Congress to deliver his penultimate State of the Union address. The occasion of the speech was one in which conservatives wondered, indeed expected, that Obama would show contrition and conciliation in light of their historic gains in the 2014 midterm election. Democrats, on the other hand, hoped Obama would deliver his remarks with an aura of confidence, given an improving economy after 6 years of national financial turmoil and his revitalized public approval ratings. In the end, it was Democrats who got their wish. In a speech that lasted just over an hour, Obama issued a bold call to action and included no notes of concession or true compromise to the newly ascendant right wing. Instead, he urged that the country had more or less made full economic recovery and had begun to thrive, at least so far as the wealthy were concerned. For the middle class, however, he surmised that the financial landscape still looked quite bleak. Their gains had been smaller, their wages mostly stagnant. To fix this, Obama called on Congress to pass measures including free tuition for 2 years of community college, expanded child care tax credits, gender pay equity, and tax hikes on the wealthiest citizens, especially including capital gains. These proposals, he said, comprised middle-class economics, rhetorically framing the United States as a place steeped in values that include fiscal fairness and equal opportunity. As Obama explained in his speech, middle-class economics is a financial worldview that privileges the hardworking majority over the wealthy minority and insists that the United States, quote, does best when everyone gets their fair shot, everyone does their fair share, and everyone plays by the same set of rules. We don't just want everyone to share in America's success, he said. We want everyone to contribute to our success. When the speech was over, most pundits on both the left and the right immediately insisted the measures Obama proposed had little chance of passing, let alone being taken seriously, the Republican-controlled Congress. Good thing, then, that I don't think the speech had very much to do with policy at all. That is, I don't think Obama is very interested in spending his last 2 years in office battling and negotiating with a contrarian Congress over social and economic policy goals. Instead, I think the speech was a project of discursive recovery, in that it was intended to reinvigorate a national conversation about economic policymaking and financial equity in the United States. As such, it was a return for Obama to the rhetoric he engaged during his 2008 campaign and in the early months of his first term, before the Tea Party emerged alongside especially obstinate congressional Republicans to frustrate his every policy goal and so force him to change his fiscal vocabulary. In the remainder of this short talk, I will do 3 things. First, I will briefly sketch Obama's economic rhetoric as he first deployed it during the 2008 campaign, and will offer some thoughts about why his financial language took on the tone and shape that it did as his time in office progressed. Second, I will explain how Obama's economic rhetoric represents a break from that of his immediate predecessors in office, most notably the dominant economic rhetoric as established by President Reagan and then carried forward by George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush. And third, I will close by showing that while Obama was largely foiled for much of his time in office in his efforts to change economic policy and the larger economic conversation, he now looks poised to spend the remainder of his term re-engaging the same populist economic rhetoric he relied on in 2007 and 2008. And he means to change this vocabulary as a way to cement his legacy. And this is important because if Obama is to be the transformational president he set out to be, he has to accomplish this goal. That is, much as Reagan transformed the national conversation about economics and welfare, so Obama seeks to change the way citizens engage questions about inequality and opportunity. If he can do this, his time in office will have a lasting effect. If he can do this, he will change the community of minds of what it means to participate in and share the benefits and burdens of financial citizenship. And if he cannot, then he will largely be forgotten. This is what I think is at stake for him. Some history. Barack Obama announced his candidacy for the presidency of the United States, and when he did so, he sounded notes that we're all very familiar with and we can all remember. Themes like hope, fairness, eschew the cynics who say it can't be done. So when he stood on the steps in Springfield, this is what he started talking about from the first day. And it was a speech that day in Springfield built on the collective, a rhetorical call to community. So his first speech that day lasted for just over 10 minutes, and it was a speech not built on the pronoun I, but rather the collective we. So in that initial speech, he only used the word I 43 times, which is, if you look at launches for a candidacy, That's not that many times. So he said I 43 times, I have and I haven't 1 time each. And by contrast, he said we 45 times, we're 7 times, we've 9 times, and either let's or let us 25 times. I suggest this points to a clear rhetorical intention to create an injunction on all Americans, and particularly his supporters, to join in his call to change. Let's be the generation, he would say over and over again in his speech. He said this 8 times. Let's be the generation, let's be the generation, let's be the generation of change. And so while he didn't say it on that day, when you read the speech, you can feel the chorus in the air. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And so while that speech was not an economic speech in total, although he did mention taxes and he did mention the importance of ensuring that everyone had a chance to share in the nation's prosperity, the remarks have to be circled back to understand his effort to engage a new economic rhetoric, because they underscore how Obama's language has always been built from a notion of shared responsibility, from the we. Particularly when it comes to economic rhetoric, by which I mean the way he talks about the role of work, the market, individual obligation, accountability, Obama emphasizes a sense of community. Now let me be clear, I don't mean this as his critics do in the socialist sense. What I mean is that Obama's rhetoric emphasizes the you and the me, the together. And that's what I mean about it being a project of discursive recovery in his most recent State of the Union. And this is what I think the media analysts were missing. Most of the focus was on the legislative agenda and how Congress was unlikely to take it up. And when you listen to the media, when you listen to what is being talked about, they're saying these policies don't really have a chance. Or they talk about how this is really about getting the next, that the legacy is about getting another Democrat, Hillary Clinton, elected. I do think Obama cares about that a lot. But I think Obama cares very much about changing the economic conversation toward the together, which is different than toward the collective. Toward the collective would be what I'm going to talk about next, which would be a return to the Keynesian New Deal era of FDR, which is an economic rhetoric that emphasizes institutions and government. And Obama doesn't largely emphasize institutions and government. He emphasizes that we that I'm talking about. Because to go back to the Keynesianism is too hard. That rhetoric gave way in 1980 when Reagan was elected. And that rhetoric of Reagan emphasizes individuals and enterprise, and we still live in that rhetoric right now. All right? So let's think for a minute about the economic rhetoric of FDR. So his presidency, of course, and the catastrophe of the Great Depression, that I argue, and most people, not just me, I mean, I'm stealing this argument from lots of other smarter people than me, that was the moment that ushered in financial citizenship, that ushered in the notion of a national economic conversation. And it ushered in the vocabulary of financial responsibility. And Roosevelt relies on John Maynard Keynes and this notion that we're going to have government spending to prop up the economy. And this approach is widely credited for solving the Depression, especially the outlay of government funds that happened with the entry into World War II. And that was so successful that presidents and lawmakers in the decades after the conflict's end relied on the Keynesian approach. And Keynesianism became known, it turned into what became known in economic circles of economic rhetoric and other places as this liberal consensus. And this is the idea that dominated American politics, culture, economic policymaking, and rhetoric, that prosperity holds the key to progress, social and economic alike. Economic growth, spurred through government spending and government programs, lift everyone's boat and takes care of social and cultural ills. And institutions are at the center of this. The hallmark is what we academics who go first do. We apply disinterested social science for things like poor relief and public education and healthcare and road building and defense and more. The things that the presidents are trying to win our approval for, right? And the debates in Washington over whether or not these are good ideas. And that's why I'm pausing here in the program. That's why I said I'm going to talk about this economic rhetoric, because it's so essential to what the presidents are trying to do through the media to win the public approval. These debates over whether or not these policies are good ideas, these still continue. Create the agencies who spend the money, who spur the economy, to create the jobs, to raise the boats, to net the prosperity. This is the economic rhetoric of the liberal consensus. And it's a narrative that began with FDR, and it's what people, I think, who misunderstand Obama, that's what they think he's saying. I don't think that's what he's saying. But it was very powerful, and it lasted for 40 years. And indeed, these were years of great prosperity for many people. But by the 1970s, this liberal consensus was starting to fray and was starting to become a little less unanimous. And this was good news for thinkers like Friedrich von Hayek and Milton Friedman, who had long been arguing that, contrary to Keynesian beliefs, government spending aimed at boosting the economy usually did more harm than good. Friedman, the more articulate of the Friedman-von Hayek pair, urged that whenever the government gets involved in the private sector, instability and inflation typically result. And we're all very familiar with this because we've been living in this paradigm for a long time. And so to make his case, Friedman famously published an essay in the New York Times Magazine, and he wrote a lot of things that the social responsibility of business is to make profits and let the government get out of the way. And he finally had an audience for the first time since the Great Depression who was listening, because the combined crises of the oil shocks and inflation and stagnating wages, along with the general cultural upheavals of the civil rights movement and the fiasco of Vietnam, led people to reconsider this idea that came out of the New Deal, that government was good and business was shady and not to be trusted. People started to think, maybe we got that wrong a little bit. The Depression happened a long time ago. And so the time was right for a new way of thinking and talking about economics. And there was this new politician from California who was very articulate named Ronald Reagan. And he could articulate it very, very well. And he did. And he brought the language of the New Deal to its knees as he reinvigorated the narrative of the self-made man alongside the virtues of individualism and personal responsibility and laissez-faire economics. And he railed against welfare because he said it sanctioned women having children without husbands and so threatened the American family. He said it was inefficient. It rewarded laziness because it gave people something for nothing. The language in his speeches celebrated the power of business for propelling the economy forward and lauded old-fashioned hard work as all that was necessary for achieving the American dream. Government had nothing to do with making it to the top, he said. In fact, it made it all the harder. In short, Reagan situated economic prosperity as the province of private enterprise, and economic compassion as the province of private, not public welfare. And this is what situates him as exactly the opposite of FDR, because of course he said, government is not the solution to our problems, government is the problem. And FDR had said government is the solution to the Depression. And so while Democrats today like to point out that Reagan ballooned the deficit or Reagan raised taxes or Reagan's rhetoric didn't always match his actions, I don't think this matters exactly. Or it's exactly the point when thinking through Obama's goal. What matters in large part is how we speak about our economic identity as a nation. Reagan used the playbook provided by Milton Friedman to change the conversation from one that had for decades been based in government spending for propelling the economy to one that was based in individual effort and individual responsibility. And this is still the dominant conversation today. Hegemonic in spite of the catastrophic financial crash of 2008 that many experts at the time believed threw the edifice of an unregulated laissez-faire system into doubt. But before we consider this, let's briefly think about how subsequent presidents engaged Reagan's rhetoric. And so we have, George H.W. Bush, whose undoing was raising taxes after he pledged not to. And we have Bill Clinton, who talked about welfare in his State of the Union addresses more than any other president, but always in the context of reform, to end welfare as we know it, and officially announced that the era of big government was over. And I doubt that I have to talk very long to convince any of you that George W. Bush, the MBA president and the self-styled CEO president, very much embraced the rhetoric of the free market. And so this is the paradigm that we know. And so in 2004, when Bush was running for re-election, as part of his hope that we would become an ownership society, he said, America is a stronger country every single time a family moves into a home. But that same America that was being made stronger through home ownership came collapsing down in the fall of 2008, just before Obama was elected president. And so, as I've mentioned, a lot of people thought that that economic catastrophe, along with Obama's rhetoric promising hope and change, might change the way we as a nation talk about our collective call to community. But soon after the inauguration, it became clear that it was going to be harder than Obama's relatively easy election had made it seem. Although Obama's own Democratic Party controlled both the House of Representatives and the Senate, the new chief executive struggled to pass the major stimulus package he had proposed. This in spite of the fact that academic economists, not just Paul Krugman, others too, in spite of the fact that academic economists at leading universities across the nation suggested that a large outlay of government spending was necessary to help spur the economy through its financial torpor. In part, the struggles were the result of Republican filibustering in the Senate, but even more surprising was that on April 15th, just 3 months after Obama's inauguration, Tea Parties sprung up across the country with a grassroots uprising and rhetoric that insisted the government do less, not more. This discourse effectively drowned out those who argued that more government intervention was needed to turn the economy around. Even those angry at Wall Street and big banks felt mostly uneasy at the prospect of doing much to regulate their activities. Anti-tax rhetoric continued mostly unabated. Obama could not even marshal support to raise taxes on individuals at the very highest levels of income. By the time of the midterm elections in 2010, the new president's approval ratings had steeply declined, and so Democrats suffered historic losses in both houses of Congress. Economic conservatism seemed again triumphant, even in the face of economic catastrophe that seemed largely the result of the very policies its rhetoric had praised. Thus, by the time Obama was launching his 2012 re-election campaign, much of the triumphant togetherness present in his 2008 campaign rhetoric, particularly on economic issues, was gone. His agenda was smaller, his goals less clear. In place of the iconic "Yes, we can" campaign slogan was the much more nebulous "Forward." No one seemed entirely sure what this meant. Perhaps most significantly, at the 2012 convention, when Obama's accomplishments as president needed to be defended and explained, he passed the task over to a different president, Bill Clinton. Media analysts at the time surmised that the thinking was that it was Clinton who led the country during the economic juggernaut of the 1990s, and it was Clinton who had the high public approval ratings and could explain that Obama's financial record really was not so bad. And maybe they were right. Political pundits on both sides of the aisle said that the Clinton speech was a major boost for the Obama re-election effort. But Obama does not want to be remembered as a Clinton acolyte. So when he closed his 2015 State of the Union by returning to his 2004 Democratic Convention speech and the mantra of red states and blue states and one United States, after laying out his vision for middle-class economics, he was trying to do what FDR did and what Reagan did before him. He was trying to change the American economic narrative, because the economic narrative is central to the American identity. He was trying to speak through the camera, past the chamber, past the media elite, past where I started when I asked you to hold in the background of your mind, past MSNBC, past Fox, into the living room in Dallas, into the living room in Indianapolis, into the living room in Seattle, into the living room in Boise, Idaho, which actually happens to be my hometown, where he would travel the next day. He had been to 48 of the 50 states. He had not been to Idaho yet, and I think he had not been to, I want to say Kansas is the other state he had not traveled to yet. 2 really red Republican states. And the day after the speech, he went to Idaho. He went to Boise. And he made essentially the economic part of the speech again. Why would he? And he talked in Boise about how he knew, how he had, when he was campaigning in 2008, he had won the caucus. Big freaking deal, because then he got creamed in the general twice. Why go to Boise? Why? But this really amazing thing happened as to bring this back to the media and the technology we've been talking about, because it was my hometown at my home university where I did my undergraduate degree, I was watching it live streamed through my computer. and he's making his remarks, and suddenly, in the middle, he says, he's making these injunctions, these things that people would have to do, these requirements. But you've got to tell me, work with me here, he declared. Work with me, come on, don't just say no. You can't just say no. When suddenly someone called out, and I don't think it was a plant because it was someone from up high. I mean, I know these things are staged and it could have been, but I don't think it was because it was too weird. Suddenly someone shouted from way up high, "Si se puede," in Spanish. And Obama stopped and interrupted to call back, "Si se puede," yes we can. And for a moment, it was like 2008 again. Now, I'm sure that this happens a lot, but my point is, because I knew I was speaking late in the day, that's why I decided to actually talk about an actual policy, and as I said, I think that the economic rhetoric is about the nation's identity and what's trying to happen. This is how I think it works. This is how I think he's trying to use it. And so I appreciate so much what Professor Edwards was trying to say, that it kind of doesn't work. But I'm just going to leave you with this thought. It kind of doesn't work, except when it does.
Good afternoon. I'm so honored to be invited here today, and I just want to say thank you to William and Rona and Jeff and Stephanie and Rita, who put together this amazing conference. I love these opportunities that we all have to think together about an idea or a question, and this is such a day, and it's just been really interesting and thought-provoking to hear the different perspectives. Unfortunately, because like David said, I'm at the end of the day, I fear that you may hear a few things that you've already heard throughout the day with my presentation, but I'm going to do my best to make it interesting. I've got some pictures to show you. I'd also like to give a shout out to the SMU journalism students who managed to make, good job, who managed to make the hashtag for this conference trend on Twitter. That's not easy to do, so good job with all the hard work of tweeting everyone's papers and ideas. And with that, I'll begin. On November 20th, 2014, President Barack Obama addressed the nation about his controversial new immigration policy that one commentator called the biggest piece of immigration reform since Obama took office and the boldest use of his executive power to date. Immigration policy had been on the nation's agenda for the past several years, and opinion polls repeatedly showed that Americans considered immigration reform to be a pressing issue facing the nation. With a presidential address scheduled announcing a key policy change on an issue requiring urgent action, we would expect that television network news organizations, in their role as watchdogs over the government, would be poised to offer their viewers not only the address, but insightful commentary from their veteran political correspondents, some of whom are here today, as well as rebuttals and extensions from the two major parties. But they did not. That night, the Americans who were eager to see news about the president's reforms turned their televisions to the Spanish-language channel Univision and to all news channels like Fox News and CNN, because ABC, NBC, and CBS chose to show their viewers not the president's address, but Grey's Anatomy, The Biggest Loser, and of course, The Big Bang Theory. Why would television networks choose to ignore a major policy announcement made by the President of the United States? Several explanations are possible. For example, some have explained that the decision was based upon economic considerations. The networks couldn't afford to give their precious airtime to the president during November sweeps week. Some believe more conspiratorial explanations. The Obama administration prevented the networks from carrying the president's speech because Obama's new immigration plan is part of a plot to destroy America. Still others may believe, and this is you, George Edwards, that the decision was simply prudent. Since presidential rhetoric doesn't matter much, networks can easily, and perhaps wisely, ignore presidential speech-making, especially when such speeches interfere with popular programming. I argue that the decision to ignore the president is an artifact of the post-rhetorical presidency and signals a major shift in the relationship between the presidency and the press. If the rhetorical presidency meant that presidents upset the balance and separation of powers by using traditional news media to speak to the people in an effort to get the people to put pressure on Congress to enact the president's agenda, then the post-rhetorical presidency uses social media to go over the heads of Congress and around the news filter to speak directly to supporters. I believe that understanding the post-rhetorical presidency is fundamental to making sense of the shift from columns to characters. In considering the implications of this shift, I argue that while the post-rhetorical presidency enables the Obama administration to disseminate and control its message, it prevents the press from acting as a watchdog over the government. In pursuit of this thesis, I will first describe the reciprocally dependent relationship between the press and the president that characterized the rhetorical presidency, a context within which the president or the networks could not have ignored the president's speech, before describing how the Obama administration managed the rollout of the immigration speech announcement. The immigration speech thus provides us with an excellent example of the way the relationship between the press and the president has changed with the shift from columns to characters. Perhaps the dirtiest insult in the early republic was to accuse a statesman of ambition. Ambition meant self-serving, conniving, and most certainly not fit for leadership. Rather than risk the semblance of ambition, leaders of the founding generation sought to cultivate Cincinnatus-like disinterest in governing. One governed because one was called to serve his fellows, by his fellows. One risked reputation and financial status to govern. One never sought power, but only begrudgingly accepted it because one's primary concern was the public good. One gave away power as quickly as one could. Such a one never made speeches to gain office. To do so would be to give the lie to one's performance of Cincinnatus. Rather, one's friends wrote letters to other friends, urging them to urge you to lead, political power being a negotiation between the nation's wealthy elite. One would occasionally retire to one's estate and rest until called again to serve. The twin pressures of soldiers returning home at the conclusion of the War of 1812 and westward expansion forced states to remove their restrictive property qualifications for voting and extend the right of suffrage to all white males in the 1820s. One effect of the new voters was the rise of political parties between 1824 and 1828 to organize political opinion through party newspapers like the United States Telegraph and the Washington Globe. A second effect of the increase in voters was that politicians no longer aspired to Cincinnatus-like disinterest, but instead actively courted voters with election day barbecues, promises of political spoils, and well-organized political campaigns. Political candidates even occasionally made speeches to the public in the 19th century. However, political scientists like Jeffrey Toulis do not detect the emergence of the rhetorical presidency until Teddy Roosevelt or perhaps Woodrow Wilson. By the turn of the 20th century, presidents used then emergent mass media in the form of newspapers, phonographic records, and radio to go over the heads of Congress, to speak directly to the people. The rhetorical presidency forever changed the relationship between the branches of government, as well as the relationship between the president and the people. Mass media helped to elevate the president to the center of America's political system, which of course was never constitutional architect James Madison's intention. The era of the rhetorical presidency, roughly the entirety of the 20th century, were the halcyon days of the relationship between the press and the president. By that, I do not mean that the press and the president had a happy relationship, or that either side of the relationship was perfectly satisfied. I mean that each side needed the other, and as such, the relationship between the press and the presidency was reciprocal, mutually beneficial, and stable. Without the cooperation of the press, there would be no rhetorical presidency. Likewise, without the cooperation of the White House, there would be no news of the president for the press to cover. The press generally acted as an information conduit between presidents and the public, and presidents generally gave the press information, access, and interviews in return for the press disseminating information on their behalf. In short, the two needed one another, and this relationship was thought to benefit the public good. For example, in April 1961, just after the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba, JFK argued that without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed.
and no republic can survive. That is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. And so the press did. The press enlarged the power of the president's bully pulpit, to be sure. But post-Watergate era media became increasingly antagonistic towards presidential candidates and presidents. The beginning of the end of the rhetorical presidency was first, perhaps, cable news's 24-hour news cycle, which required new news every 30 minutes, even if there was nothing new to say. Then, in addition to horse race reporting, in which the press focused more on who was ahead and who was behind than it did on policy platforms and issues, in 1992 we saw the rise of fact-check journalism, in which reporters took nothing candidates or presidents said as true, which threatened the positive working relationship between the press and the president. And then finally, the internet, with its bottom-up information dissemination, meant that anyone and everyone could be a reporter. A news network, so long as they had an audience, which threatened the press's exclusive power to disseminate the news. Today we are in the era of the post-rhetorical presidency. If the rhetorical presidency was characterized by a reciprocal, mutually beneficial, and stable relationship between the press and the president, then the post-rhetorical presidency is characterized by an independent, competitive, and unstable relationship. For example, let's consider how the press and the president handled the news of President Obama's November 20th, 2014 immigration speech. The White House carefully managed the news of President Obama's upcoming speech. On November 19th at 11:59 a.m. Eastern Time, the White House posted a 1-minute video of President Obama with a caption that read, "It's time to fix our broken immigration system. Tomorrow night, President Obama will address the nation on new common sense steps he's taking to fix as much of it as he can. Tune in tomorrow at 8 p.m." Almost an hour later, at 12:51 p.m., Barack Obama's personal Facebook page, run by Organizing for Action, shared the White House's video. To date, the video has been viewed 4,352,880 times and shared almost 60,000 times, just on Barack Obama's 2 Facebook accounts alone. At 12:04, the White House tweeted President Obama's video and speech announcement, linking to the White House Facebook post. The White House tweet was retweeted 1,064 times. At 1 o'clock, in addition to the page explaining the history of immigration reform, data infographics, a petition and pledge to watch the speech, and etc., linked to by the original Facebook post, the White House blog also posted Obama's video along with content that readers could use to learn more about Obama's positions, stay informed of future action, as well as commit to watching the speech and spread the news to their friends and followers on their social networks. At 1:08, Barack Obama's personal Twitter account, run by Organizing for Action, tweeted a link to the White House blog post. It was retweeted 1,261 times. The hashtags immigration and immigration action trended on Twitter throughout the next 24 hours, and there was a massive spike in Google searches for immigration reform. At 1:03, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee sent a breaking news alert to its supporters via its email list, informing them of President Obama's planned speech and urging them to sign a petition or donate to help the cause. Emails issued forth from Organizing for Action, the White House, MoveOn.org, and DNCHQ, and were signed by Jim Messina, Abby Witt, Astrid Silva, Eden James, John Carson, Helen Chavez, and even Barack Obama. The emails continued throughout the next 48 hours, reminding supporters to watch the speech, tell their friends, and take action. And finally, at 1:12, White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest held a press briefing with members of the White House Press Corps. As you saw just a little over an hour ago, the White House posted a video to the White House Facebook page where the president announced that he is going to deliver an address to the nation tomorrow night where he is going to be laying out the details of his executive action to repair our broken immigration system, began Earnest. He was interrupted by Fox News White House correspondent Wendell Goler, who asked, "Is that a thank you to Zuckerberg? Was that a thank you to Zuckerberg announcing it on Facebook?" Press Secretary Ernest responded that announcing the speech thusly gave President Obama the opportunity to reach hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. In under an hour, the video reached more than 1.2 million users on Facebook. 227,000 people have viewed it, and another 12,000 people have shared it. So this is a pretty effective way of the president communicating with the American public. At the conclusion of the press briefing, George, and I can't figure out where George comes from, George followed up on the method of announcement. He said, "You said announcing this on Facebook was effective because he reached 1.5, he's wrong, 1.5 million people. You believed that you reached more people than if you had announced it to the wires, the networks, and the press corps?" Press Secretary Ernest responded, "In the first hour. Pretty impressive, George, right? The good news is that the wires and the networks and the press corps are all on Facebook. And I noticed that even one of the networks, shortly after the video was posted to Facebook, actually broadcast it on their network. So the good news, George, is that we don't have to choose." Indeed, the first to tweet the news of Obama's speech with the Immigration Action hashtag was roll call managing editor Cameron Easley, who tweeted the news just 6 minutes after the Facebook post at 12:05 p.m. Here's me confirming that he actually learned it from Facebook. Yes, he said. Perhaps the White House did not have to choose between breaking the news of the president's speech on social media or through traditional media, but broadcasters did have a choice about whether or not to preempt their primetime programming to show the speech. At 8 p.m. on November 20th, President Obama addressed the nation on immigration reform to a television viewing audience of about 12.4 million, which is about a third of the size of his most recent State of the Union address. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and Univision carried the speech, but the traditional broadcast networks did not, although some local affiliates did. Over on social media, President Obama's speech caused the hashtags immigration and immigration action to trend on Twitter and elicited as many as 9,580 tweets per minute by the conclusion of the speech, which means that discussion of the speech dominated Twitter for that period of time. While some decried the network news's shameful decision to snub Obama's immigration address, as it turns out, the Obama administration did not actually make a formal request to the networks to preempt their scheduled programming, although it did ask Univision to do so. One version of the story of what happened on November 19th is that the Obama administration sent out feelers to the networks to see if they would run his speech, and finding little interest, decided to announce the speech via social media and not request the network airtime. Another version of the story is that the networks feared that the speech was too political to warrant disrupting scheduled programming, and so refused. Whether the Obama administration snubbed the press by making its own announcement, or whether the press snubbed the Obama administration by refusing to preempt their popular programming, matters not. What matters is that the story of the immigration speech rollout demonstrates the competitive, independent, and unstable relationship between the press and the president that characterizes the post-rhetorical presidency. Rather than cooperate to disseminate information to the public, it is clear that the White House and the press now compete for audience attention. In considering how the relationship between the press and the presidency has changed with the shift from columns to characters, I have argued that we have entered into the era of the post-rhetorical presidency. Like the rhetorical presidency, the post-rhetorical presidency is an historical condition, an artifact of the evolution of media technology. Whereas the rhetorical presidency was characterized by a reciprocal, mutually beneficial, and stable relationship between the press and the president, the post-rhetorical presidency is an independent, competitive, and unstable relationship. Reporters have repeatedly complained, and we heard some of this today, a lot of this today, that the Obama administration's media tactics are so restrictive as to border on pathology, and has sought to bring the executive branch back into its previous reciprocal relationship by expressing outrage over what some call a war on journalism. However, the good news for the Obama administration is that they are no longer reliant upon traditional news media. In fact, the executive branch, and we've heard some of this today as well, the executive branch has a larger share of the media audience than traditional media does. By my count, President Obama has a potential audience of about 119 million on Thursday, November 20th at 8 p.m., compared to the network's potential audience of about 51 million. And that's, obviously with social media and cable for the speech. Furthermore, as Press Secretary Ernest so earnestly explained, the press watches the White House Facebook page and reports what's posted there. So there seems to be little incentive for the Obama administration to cooperate more fully with the press. It is difficult to predict if the post-rhetorical presidency is unique to this moment or if every president will have the same or more direct access to supporters through social media. Certainly, some politicians will have the capability to go around the filter, but not all. The incumbent advantage is now not just dollars raised in name recognition, but also email databases and Facebook and Twitter followers, audience. At the same time, there is the potential for non-establishment candidates to break through into the public conversation in the same way that YouTube videos or memes go viral. This means ultimately that news media can no longer count on being the first to know, which threatens their ability to provide the news to their audiences. Wither the watchdog function of the press described by JFK. It doesn't look good for traditional news media. Perhaps there will be millions of watchdogs who post information about politics, but who will have the direct access to question leaders? Politicians may increasingly speak to supporters or targeted groups rather than the entire nation, like President Obama did when he asked Univision to preempt its programming on November 20th, but not the US networks. The shift from columns to characters is thus the shift from the rhetorical presidency to the post-rhetorical presidency. It is an historical condition in which the president has used social media to build a large or larger network audience than the traditional news media, which means that the relationship between the press and the president is no longer reciprocal and cooperative. The post-rhetorical relationship between the press and the president means that media may no longer have the privileged ability to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion.
In the summer of 1968, when I was a Newsweek intern who knew absolutely nothing about Washington, I was over at a White House briefing, and Newsweek's White House correspondent, Chuck Roberts, a wonderful man whose head can be seen in the back of the picture on Air Force One the moment that Lyndon Johnson was sworn in coming back from Dallas. Chuck was introducing me around to the mandarins of the White House press corps, and one of them was from a Washington newspaper that's not around anymore, and he said to me, giving me a piece of unsolicited advice, he says, here's the way it works around here. They tell us what's happening at the White House, and we put it in our paper. Well, now, if it were ever true that the White House press corps was that passive and docile, it's certainly not the case anymore. In the post-Watergate era, White House reporters, embarrassed badly by Woodward and Bernstein, on a story that was playing out right under their noses of the White House press corps. The press corps became more aggressive, more skeptical, less trusting of what White House officials told them. I had a colleague once in those days saying, I start with the proposition that everything that's said from the White House podium is a lie, and I work backwards. And so you see there's an element of cynicism there as well as the skepticism. But that new assertiveness by the White House press was matched over time by a more assertive White House press operation, pushing back with increasing intensity about coverage they didn't and don't like. None of that is new. What both these very interesting presentations reflect, I think, is how the White House no longer relies on the media, the traditional media, as a conduit to transmit its message. Instead, the modern presidency searches for ways to expand the message on multiple platforms, not just what we consider the regular media, certainly not the print press. The adversarial relationship between the president and the press isn't new. It is a rich and long established reality. What is new is the intensity each side demonstrates these days in trying to protect and expand its prerogatives. And the end result of that is, and I'd argue that it's not particularly healthy, is more control by the White House. You'll notice, just as an aside here, that when President Obama has a press conference, he comes with a list of reporters to call on.
Now, that's different from what Ronald Reagan did. Ronald Reagan always wanted to call on one reporter or two reporters who had never gotten a question at a press conference. He said, all these regulars, they're here and they come in the morning and stay all day. I want to give questions to at least two reporters at a press conference who've never gotten one. So he had a list, but that's who was on the list. But it's totally scripted these days. The White House decides who they're going to call on. They put the list together, and the president dutifully goes right down the list. That's part of the way, one of many, many ways that they try to control the environment. I contrast that to something that happened 30 years ago, where as an experiment, a noble and short-lived experience, for reasons you're about to hear, the Reagan White House decided they would have a lottery to determine who would get a question at a Reagan press conference. And names were drawn from a hat. Well, the first thing that happened was that heads exploded all through network land, because the networks, and there are some fabulous White House correspondents, but there are those in TV land who believe the networks have a divine right to be recognized at a press conference. Of course, at President Obama's last press conference at the end of last year, he didn't call on any network people, didn't call on any males, but that's another story. Anyway, so that experiment of random questioners lasted for one press conference, and it would never happen in today's era. There has been a steady erosion of access to decision makers and a more centralized media policy imposed on press operations throughout the government. Here's one of my favorite little anecdotes that doesn't go anywhere, but it sheds some insights. About 2 years ago, I ran into somebody who worked for Vice President Obama in a corridor. It was just a very innocuous conversation, and I asked him about whether a reception that Biden often would have every year at his house was happening this year. You would have thought I had slapped him in the face. He said, I can only address this if we go off the record. And I said, I'm not writing anything. I don't care, so we'll go off the record. He said, he's not having it. And I said, why? He said, I can't discuss it. I can't even discuss that off the record. And I said, why would this be? And he said, I would be in such trouble with the West Wing communications czars if I was seen in print, even on background, talking about why Biden's not having this event, which was totally nonsensical, totally stupid, but it tells you the level of paranoia and control and message discipline in this West Wing. The truth is, every incoming White House studies the communication practices of its predecessors with an eye towards creating even more control and more discipline over the message than their predecessors. You can be sure the next president's media operation will do exactly the same thing and will be more restrictive than the Obama model, which is more restrictive than the George W. Bush model. That's just the way it goes. As for the State of the Union, I tend to believe Obama decided that his best defense was going on offense. 40 years ago, a young White House Deputy Chief of Staff nobody had heard of named Dick Cheney told me that the State of the Union is the single moment every year when the president, any president, dominates the agenda, controls the high ground, and the entire political apparatus for at least one day has to react to him and his message. And that every president seeks to seize that moment and maximize the advantage. Even a statistically unpopular president like Obama, I think, seized the opportunity in that State of the Union speech to make several important arguments. One, he was trying to make the case that the outcome of the 2014 elections was not a repudiation of him. That's a hard sell. I don't think most people, except total true believers, believe that it wasn't a repudiation of him. Two, I think he tried to reassert his credibility. You may remember that after Bill Clinton's White House lost the House and Newt Gingrich became Speaker of the House, President Clinton had a press conference and he actually said words that no president would ever want to say. He said, "The president is relevant." I mean, Newt Gingrich had gotten prime time on the networks to talk about what he had to, in store for the next Congress. And Clinton was reduced to saying the president is relevant. I think President Obama was trying to do essentially the same thing without using the dread R word, relevant. And I think also he was trying to play to history with an eye toward shaping and honing his legacy. That's probably what he hoped to do with that speech more than anything else. Certainly, I think he was trying to lay down a predicate that he hopes will result in a Democratic victory in November of 2016. But I think that's what he was trying to do for the most part. Obama's power is waning. It's been waning for some time. I don't believe some who say he's a total lame duck and has been a lame duck for 18 months. He still has authority to wage war. He still has plenty of executive authority, but his power has waned. It will continue to wane. By this time next year, nobody will be paying any attention to what's going on at the White House. It'll all be about what's going to happen in the Iowa caucuses, which will have already occurred, and what's happening in New Hampshire, which probably will have occurred, and then it's on to South Carolina and then Florida. So I think that speech was mainly what President Obama hopes will become the first rough draft of history for his stewardship. We'll see. I want to end with one other story about what I would call the institutional obligation of presidents to communicate through the media, at least up to a point. I think the most fun I've ever had in journalism was traveling around with Vice President Ford from December 1973 to July of 1974, a month before he became president. And it was exhilarating running around the country on a twin-engine Air Force II, a little prop jet that was very slow. We called it Slingshot Airways, it was so slow. And Ford, I mean, it was a terrible time for the country in the middle of Watergate, but it was an exhilarating time for a 28-year-old reporter from Arlington, Texas. But I saw something about Ford that I didn't appreciate until long after he had left office and after I'd gotten a little smarter, I guess, about some of these things. Everywhere he went, and all he did was travel. He couldn't stand the toxicity of Washington, so he traveled for the better part of 8 months. And every trip, he had a press conference someplace. Not every day, not every leg, but every trip, he had a press conference. And if the Obama people think their questions have been not happy, they should have been along to hear reporters say, should Nixon resign? Or another reporter asking one day, you're in the tank for President Nixon, why shouldn't you resign as a public service? He was hammered. He was hammered all the time, and he did that and kept having press conferences. And he said to me one day, he said, I think we as public citizens have an obligation to answer to people, and the best vehicle we have is through the media, and I'm going to keep doing this. And I admire Ford for that. Of course, we'll never know what Jerry Ford and his handlers would have done with Facebook and cable and all those sorts of things. It was light years ago, of course, so you can't compare apples with oranges. But I like the fact that Gerald Ford thought and really believed it, that there was an obligation to communicate, and I wish more people appreciated that about him. Thank you very much.
As ever, a tough act to follow, so I'm going to keep my following act relatively short. I think George was probably George Condon of the National Journal.
Thank you.
Who is an institution. He has some of the best memories of how the White House has operated over the decades.
Thank you.
So my guess is it's George Condon. When I first read Jennifer's paper, one of the things that struck me was less columns to characters and less presidency and the press than the internal conversations that are going on at media outlets all around the country. And I thought of it mostly as the dynamic between the people who are making the Big Bang Theory and making a lot of money about it and people who are in the news business, which is sort of a funny term since it's usually a money-losing proposition. And it made me think about the evolving relationship between the news parts of these businesses and the other parts. And I thought, maybe this is less broadcast news and more BuzzFeed news. You see, the thing is, if you go to new media these days, you're going to see very clearly news stories and see very clear appeals to maybe not your better nature. I could tell you, because this is how Yahoo News functions, that if you complain to me that you're seeing an awful lot of Kim Kardashian stories, I know how our system works. Our system gives you what you've clicked on before. So if you're complaining to me about Kim Kardashian stories, what I hear is, I click on a lot of Kim Kardashian stories. When I jumped to Yahoo in February of 2012, I came from Agence France Presse, the oldest newswire in the world. So I came from one of the oldest, most classic forms of news to a very new, somewhat experimental form of news. And I reached out to a lot of my sources on Capitol Hill, and I said, hey, I'm doing this new thing. It's got a gigantic audience. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. And I talked to this one really good military affairs source on the Hill who said, I asked for an interview with her boss, and she said, yeah, I don't think the boss wants to appear on your page next to a slideshow of scary spiders. I explained to her that actually, hell yeah, he does. Because people are coming to these pages for all kinds of reasons, and they're clicking through to all kinds of stories. But getting back to the paper, I thought we've kind of played this down a little bit today, but there's this ongoing debate inside all of our organizations about how we do what we do and do it in a financially solvent way. And we're all wrestling with the formulas, and we're all looking at, well, is it better to keep somebody on the page a long time? Is it better to get them to click through things? Is it better to do a video or do short text or long form? No one has the formula. And I say this as somebody who writes for an outlet that has 175 million uniques a month. We're the largest online news source. We haven't figured out the magic formula here. And so part of this, when I hear the dichotomy between an immigration speech, which, by the way, the White House had largely scooped itself by the time the speech was made. They briefed us all on background. They took us behind the scenes and briefed us all. So we all had a pretty good sense of what was going to be in it. So do you want to put up something that makes a lot of money, or do you want to put up something that probably won't? And I think that's a really interesting debate. And it does flow into the columns and characters discussion, obviously, because as everybody knows, the internet has radically disrupted the traditional news model. If you'll forgive another anecdote, back in 2010, I think, I was emailing with a Republican source of mine, a senior Republican person on Capitol Hill, asking how they were going to respond to a certain proposal from the president. And the response included something like, besides he's a socialist. And I wrote back, well, I'm not going to let that one just go. I mean, I'm kind of curious. The stimulus was about 40% tax cuts. Corporate profits are sky high. Stocks are doing great. The 1% are rocking. And he responded, I didn't say he was good at it. Very few unavoidable subjects pose as much of a challenge to presidential rhetoric as the economy. Very, very few. Because you're trying to convince Americans that you understand their situation and that you're going to make it better. And if you can't make it better, then you're going to emphasize that you understand it. What really struck me, and this is one of the dangers of beat reporting, is that you end up doing essentially copy editing as political coverage. But what struck me about the speech and about the rhetoric in that was how closely it stuck to one of his core messages in the 2012 campaign, saying that the economy is better when it grows from the middle out. Everybody gets a fair shot, plays by the same rules, everyone gets a fair shake, et cetera, et cetera. It really struck me because while that message was tailored obviously to his Republican opponent, it was also getting back to something that he does well. In fact, the knock on President Obama in DC is that he's a much better campaigner than he is a governor. I'm sure some of you remember this, but at one point, at a couple of points, the president held out the possibility that after 2012, as he put it, the voters would be, quote, popping the blister, lovely image, or breaking the fever, and that somehow Republicans would move past reflexive opposition to the president. Well, leaving aside for a moment that describing your opponents as either ill or an illness probably doesn't bode super well for bipartisan cooperation. This has been one of the big problems he's had on the economy, because a lot of the things that he's proposing have traditionally high rates of support among Americans. Infrastructure spending, for example, used to be a classic bipartisan rallying ground. As a, forgive this inside the Beltway DC reporter, but one of the really interesting things about politics is all the unintended consequences. And a few years back, Congress decided that it would get rid of earmarks, right? They would get rid of pork spending. They would actually turn over the authority to the administration. One of the results of that has been enormous difficulty in putting together compromise legislation, because in the past, you could convince somebody to vote for something that they might not like, but we're going to build that bridge in your district. They no longer have that kind of power. In this situation, the president, I thought he was trying to set the table for 2016 a little bit, sort of lay out where Democrats stand on these economic questions. He was trying to express sympathy or understanding with Americans who have seen stagnant wage growth for about 4 decades. And I thought that he had finally, he's always wrestled with projecting that kind of simpatico with the average person. He's not a feel your pain Bill Clinton guy. Bill Clinton had a nearly magic quality about him in terms of being able to relate to people. But I felt like he was finally moving past some of his earlier problems on this. And that he was trying, we've had a lot of health news, so inoculate's kind of a weird word, but we're about to see a really big test of Obama on the economy. And that really big test is he's pushing for something called the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is a big trade deal. It's going to group a bunch of Asian economies, Latin American economies, and the United States. Democrats hate this. One Democrat back in 2008 repeatedly described the gains from trade as actually having hurt a lot of workers. Of course, that was Barack Obama. We're about to see a real test of how he has moved in his economic rhetoric, in his ability to sell Americans on an economic plan that is, in this case, genuinely controversial with his own party. And we're about to see a test of how much he can retain Democrats who, by and large, I can tell you, are done with him. So I think it's going to be really, really, really interesting to see in the next 6 months, probably, how this White House navigates this complicated issue, this big, ambitious trade deal that he really wants, that a lot of Democrats really don't, and that Republicans really don't want to take on by themselves without Republican help. And with that, I will leave you.
Thank you very much.
The question I have is, and I guess it goes to something Mr. DeBank said, and that was, he said that the Obama administration's, the Obama's speech, State of the Union, was a plea. What I've heard today, it seems to me, that's run through several of the speeches that I've heard, especially Ms. DeShiku's, a pathetic plea for the relevance of the media, of the mainstream media, a media who has chosen not to have a speech broadcasted because they'd much rather have Big Bang Theory, somebody who'd rather do analysis of the news that we hear rather than reporting the news. So I'd like to for someone to respond on, are we really, is the media relevant today? What is the role of the media? Thank you.
Well, the role is what it's always supposed to have been, which is to inform people as honestly and with as much balance as you can. It's tricky for a variety of reasons because there's no such thing as the media. It's not like the media has got the media is not media incorporated with a board of directors that meets every quarter and says, all right, which political officials are we going to screw this quarter? It's not how it works. You've got the networks who are different from the wires, who are different from radio, who are different from what's left of the news magazines, and then there's the whole new, what I would call the Olivier Knox wing of journalism. And I mean that without a pejorative construction at all. I mean, it's. I mean that with respect. But they're all different, and they all have different views of what constitutes news and what's appropriate. I mean, I've used this example a long time ago. I mean, 20 years or so ago, NBC Nightly News ran a photo from President Kennedy's autopsy. I thought they had every right to do that. I thought it was abysmal. I would not have done it myself because I thought it was poor taste. Sometime, my mind, my timeline gets a little messed up here, but during the William Kennedy Smith trial in Palm Beach, the New York Times named the victim of the alleged rape for which Mr. Smith was acquitted. I thought the Times had every right to do that. I wouldn't have done it myself because I think that's in poor taste. But I mean, I am happy to see that we haven't seen any photos or any footage in the mainstream media of these grisly, barbaric beheadings. Not that you couldn't make a case that it's newsworthy, but it's just incredibly poor taste. So everybody in the media, however you define it, has got different views. So, but basically, I think most reporters are trying to do the best job they can, and they whoever they are, sense that it's harder to get information than it used to be, even the most rudimentary and basic information. And I know a gentleman back here talked earlier today about media whining. There is an element of that. My basic view is they don't have to give me anything. I mean, I want to be able to get into the White House, listen to their briefings, and then write whatever I want. And it's easy for me to say that because for 25 years I was at Newsweek, where in the heyday of the news magazines, where you always got your phone calls returned and where you were able to see the chief of staff every week, no matter whether he was a Republican chief of staff or a Democratic chief of staff. But basically, I think everybody would agree that one of my predecessors used to say the role of the press is to print the news and raise hell. But basically, I think it is to find the news, to inform people as best you can, given the fact that the challenge to do that gets harder and harder and harder.
And just to add to that, I mean, as I said this morning, this White House releases its big announcements via Politico, the Associated Press, the New York Times. They read our tweets obsessively. I don't have to make the case that we're relevant. They make it for me every single day. I would also say, I mean, what I was trying to get at about the Big Bang Theory versus the news, I'm trying to make an argument that, in fact, the media and the news media are slightly different. And that what we're talking about, when you're talking about NBC News is not all of NBC. So what I was trying to get at was that internal inherent tension between these divisions. I think what we've been talking about mostly today has been the news media, the specific people, the places, the people where Americans get their information. Obviously I'm now in the new media. Our relevance, for better or for worse, is not really contested. But I would say that the way that people are going about getting their information, it's still very much tied to the traditional media. We heard earlier today, it's entirely accurate. People will say, I get my news online, not from the newspaper. Okay, except you're going on WashingtonPost.com. So how?
My 19-year-old son, I will send him notes saying, you've got to read this story by Dan Baltz in the Washington Post in the day's paper. And he says, I saw it on the web at 11 o'clock last night. And there's a metaphor in there someplace.
Do you have questions? No, okay. Any other questions?
Everyone's tired.
Okay, let's take a break. We're going to strike this set and put some lounge chairs up here.
Okay. We have our good friends from this morning. They're still here, coming back to reprise their opening session. But also we have a new colleague, not new to us, but perhaps new to some of you, Alan Lowe, who is the director of the George W. Bush Presidential Library and Museum, who's going to give us a little bit of discussion of how the records of the Bush administration look in a digital way to an archivist and to the National Archives. And I think this is actually really quite significant and a good place to start, in large part because we're going to talk about records, but the entire conference is going to be a record as well. And I just want to express my deep appreciation to William and to Sam and to Jay from Texas A&M Press for essentially creating out of this a permanent document. It's not going to be just discussions from today, but rather a book that we hope will penetrate classrooms around the country. But as we talk about documents that remain, I'd like to ask you, Alan, as we begin, tell us about how the Bush administration, from your perspective as the archivist, how they integrated digital media into their messaging, into their daily work, and what sort of challenges does that pose for you?
Sure. Well, it's a brand new day in archives, I guess I would say. I started my career many years ago at the Reagan Library as an archivist, and there all we really had to worry about was paper records. We had a lot of them, but that has definitely changed now. With this administration, really for the first time, you see the full use of things like Word documents and emails, those types of things that we all take for granted. I love speaking to SMU students about this. It almost feels like it's been around forever. But I remember the first time I got an email system in Washington, I had no idea what to do with it. And now it's so much a part of our everyday lives. And that began happening during the Bush administration. So if you look at Clinton, they have around 4 terabytes of electronic information total. And so they started during the Clinton administration. Before Bush 43, we have around 80 terabytes of electronic information. So a vast change in a very short amount of time. And that's because they started utilizing these things like email. Like having a website, and so we have the frozen White House website from that time. Now what's going to be the real difference is when we have the Obama library, because they're doing things that Bush 43 didn't do, like tweeting. All those things that, again, we're starting to take for granted nowadays, Facebook, that we don't have, that the Obama library will. So you see it changing each administration, and not changing just a little bit, but changing dramatically. So it's a brand new day in terms of what we have in the archives and then how we process it and make it available.
Does that actually make it easier or harder from an archivist perspective?
Well, there are 2 sides to this coin. First of all, I'm a guy whose main job is to preserve and make available history, right? So we're preserving a record, and that record is phenomenal for the Bush administration because we have, for example, 1 billion pages of emails that we preserve. That's a lot of record that we're processing and that will be available to students and scholars, so it's a great thing. On the flip side, we still haven't quite figured out how to handle that volume. I have 15 archivists on my crew at the Bush Library. They process every day. This year, if we do well, we'll process maybe 600,000 pages. That's just the tip of the iceberg because of the immense volume we have resulting from these electronic records. So we're still, as an agency, trying to figure out exactly how to address these records in a timely way. I can tell you a lot of good people are thinking about it and working on it. We've made progress, but we're still getting there in terms of how we handle this volume. And of course, they're very complex records too. So there are all kinds of issues we have to think about while we're processing them and restrictions and exemptions that we have to apply. So for example, I don't mean to take over here, Jeff, but I remember when I left the National Archives for a while to work for Senator Howard Baker, a great man in Tennessee, and came back 6 years later. In that 6 years, because of things like identity theft, the protection of personal privacy information rose to levels I'd never seen before when I was an archivist, say, at Reagan Library. Back then, it didn't matter if I opened up your home address or your home phone number. That was, well, you go to the phone book, you can get that. So, but nowadays, if my archivists look at a document, an email, has an email address, a home address, any type of phone number, any of that stuff we have to redact. So it's a very complex, tedious job that we have to go through. Again, I'm not complaining because it's a great record, but it really has changed everything on how we process and make available records.
Well, I want to continue the discussion of the Bush administration and the records, but I also want to point out that Alan is one of the experts that I know on the Reagan administration, which is going to help us in our broader conversation of trying to look at how things have changed over time. And I want to begin that conversation by going back to something that Dean Hart offered in his presentation way back early this morning, if you can remember that long. And if you look at this slide, which I asked him if I might borrow, and he was very kind to say yes, take a look, if you will, on the left-hand graph, the graph that shows reporters' insistence scores. There's a very interesting data point that jumps out to me as a historian. And that is that essentially at the moment in the post-war period, post-1945, when reporters were most insistent, appears to be about 1979. In other words, the moment when the American public was the most dissatisfied with the country. Now, this could be a chicken and egg question, but I want to ask you, do you see as the filter, use President Bush's phrase, as part of the conglomerate that tries to explain to the American people what is going on in Washington, in the White House, in their country, Do you see any correlation between Americans being content with their country and the press being insistent?
Wow, that's a great question. I mean, obviously, we see a data point here. It'd be hard. You're right. It is a chicken and an egg question. I think that when the public is dissatisfied with its lot in life, the direction of the country, however you want to phrase it, I think we're probably more likely to be pointing out the problems, and we're probably more likely to be pointing out that they're unsolved, and we're probably more likely to be doing that week in and week out. So I would imagine that there is a correlation, but I'm not sure, and I don't know how to handle, the last 20 years, the last two administrations, shall we say, in terms of, what the balance between the insistence and the public dissatisfaction is. I just can't tell you that.
Jeff, if this is 79, I remember 79 well because that's when the American diplomats and soldiers were seized by the Iranians from the embassy in Tehran and held for 444 days, and they were not released until the day Ronald Reagan was sworn in. And that was by design. That was a thumb in the eye to Jimmy Carter. But most of 79, all of 1980, and several months in 79, the country was just really angry about why we couldn't get those hostages back. And also, there was a lot of turmoil, high interest rates, high inflation. It's what Jimmy Carter called the misery index when he was running against President Ford. Well, the misery index, Carter had a misery index problem too. And I think there's a correlation here between right track and wrong track. When a majority of the American people think the country's on the wrong track, they're going to be angry, they're going to be irritated, and reporters, I think, will reflect that as well. So there's a correlation, but statistically, I don't know how you quantify it. But
Well, I'm a historian, so I don't do statistics. It's one data point.
Right
So,
there.
but go ahead.
I'm sorry I missed this morning. I'm sorry my eyesight's not better, so I can't see the charts better than I can. But I guess the question is it just the issues, or is it the president and his folks' ability to deal with the press, frankly? So, I mean, if you see it declining from 79 on, after that you have a Ronald Reagan, and then, of course, H.W. and Clinton. I think with Clinton and Reagan in particular, you can say they were pretty good in terms of how they interacted with the press, right? I mean, a great communicator and so forth, right? So is that part of what that is?
Yeah, because Reagan's administration was the last one that I think was really enlightened about the media, because you had grown-ups like Jim Baker and Mike Deaver, and their whole attitude was, we're going to get hammered by the press occasionally, but that was yesterday. We'll do better today or tomorrow. But while Reagan sometimes fairly was judged to be a disengaged president, Newsweek did that story in his first summer, and it was called A Disengaged Presidency. And boy, Eleanor Clifton and I got just clobbered by the White House. But he was personally disengaged, but his people were never disengaged dealing with the press. And they were very sophisticated. They were very enlightened about it. They never shut down, except when Newsweek called Bush 41 a wimp, but that was the next president. That's another story. It's a chapter in a book. But the Reagan people were very smart about the media. They were probably, and that I think was part of Reagan's success. Most reporters I know probably didn't vote for Ronald Reagan. Jerry Ford once said to me that Reagan was not a technically competent president. Ford went to his grave believing that he lost the election not because of the Nixon pardon, but because Reagan didn't campaign for him in Mississippi and Texas. That's neither here nor there. But Reagan and his people, mainly his people, ran a very smart policy of engagement with the press, and it resulted in that, and the fact that Reagan was a personally charming guy and very effective as a macro communicator really paid dividends.
Well, this segues into a question I think that's been running throughout the entire day, as we've been trying to trace over time the way that new technologies have changed the way that people interact with the White House and vice versa. time and again we've come back to the personalities involved, and especially the personality at the top. How much does the personality at the top filter down? I mean, while you're pondering that, would we get a similar situation as what was described this morning, of a more belligerent White House, a more aggressive White House, a White House that's interested in its own message, with a different person in the Oval Office? Is it the technologies that are changing things, or is it the personalities?
Well, it's both. I think, stop me from talking too much. It's your turn here.
Go for it.
Well, all right. Well, I have an answer for that. I mean, some of you are old enough to remember the old Army saying that I can't do justice to. Stuff rolls downhill. And a polite way of describing that is the commander sets the tone. I mean, Jerry Ford liked reporters. So it was okay to talk to reporters. I mean, I talked to President Ford's military aides because they were empowered to do that. Ford's attitude was, we need to engage, we need to talk to reporters. Don't say something stupid. I count on you not to say something stupid that's going to cause me a problem, but it's okay. And relations, because of that, were good. I mean, and yet, here, with these guys, with this White House, I think Obama, I don't think it's true that Obama can't stand reporters. I think Obama has disdain for the process. I think he doesn't like being badgered and harassed and hectored. And he doesn't like the fact that reporters will go off on tangents and on things that he considers to be petty and picayune and beside the point. I think he's as everybody has noted, he's cerebral, he's professorial, he tends to give long answers. The only president I've covered where from time to time in a press conference, an answer will be longer than his opening statement. He had one answer at a Obamacare press conference where his answer was 9 minutes. I just laughed and remembered when Martha talked about that, 816 words or 786 words or something. That's the kind of guy he is. Now, Obama wouldn't say, to hell with the press, because as Olivier says, when they've got stuff to put out, they know where they go. I would add to your list, when it's an environmental thing, you can be sure that Washington Post is high on the list of people who get that. So they're smart in the sense that they know how to use the what Sarah Palin calls the lamestream media, but they also understand that there are other ways to get their message out, and they're going to do that too. And so it's a long answer. The short answer is yes. The guy at the top sets the tone. But I hasten to add, Nixon hated reporters, but Nixon was smart about certain things. The first time I ever went on a Nixon trip to California, I always got the Florida stuff as a rookie reporter because that was easier, and California was a long way, and California was a real plum. The first time I finally got to go on a Nixon trip to Laguna Beach, I couldn't understand why the briefings were at the San Clemente Inn near Nixon's home, but the press was set up in the Surf and Sand, which is still there, a wonderful hotel overlooking the ocean, every room with a great veranda overlooking the ocean. And I finally asked some Nixon guy who I'd gotten a little friendly with, and he said, Nixon understands that he hates the press, but if you treat him a little nicer, maybe they'll treat you better, maybe. And the other thing that I always remember at Newsweek, when I was at Newsweek for 25 years, Nixon's speechwriters were deputized and delegated to hand out a few tidbits to the news magazines. It was Pat Buchanan, Bill Safire, and Ray Price. And Ray Price was the Newsweek guy, and I can't remember, I think Safire was Time and Buchanan was U.S. News, and they were delegated to hand out a few little tidbits, like what some people would call giblets or nuggets, what a famous Time reporter called raisins for the pudding. They were allowed to do that. And because Nixon, with his animosity towards the press, and the Californians' animosity towards the press, they understood there was some merit in trying to help the process along by trying to give all the constituent groups of the media a little something.
I've seen three things really shape this from the White House. One is the attitude of the person at the top, how they define their own self-interest when it relates to dealing with the media. I've also seen, and I came into the White House for the last 2 months of Clinton, so I can't really speak authoritatively on that. But the reaction reflex, when a president comes in and says, we're not going to do it the way the previous guy did. Doesn't matter if the way the previous guy did it is 100% the best way to do it. They're all going to reinvent the wheel. But so there's a long stretch of time when they refuse to duplicate what the previous person did. Oh, they brought the press pool into this? Well, we're not going to do that. Why? Because he did. And then I actually think tech has a very important place here. You know, all of those of you out there with cell phones, smartphones, I should say, have essentially the sum total of human knowledge in your hand. And most of us use it to argue with strangers. Twitter is a medium for argument. And so I think that the way that social media is constructed absolutely has an impact on how large, powerful institutions deal with the press, how they advance their message, and the rest of it. If you're confined to 140 characters, you know, we all know the limitations of a soundbite, right? I think that tech has a huge impact on how these guys shape their message. A couple of years ago, God, I thought it was so smart. We're going to do this really cool, interactive data journalism thing where we are going to suck up every single speech given by Reagan, the first Bush, Clinton, the second Bush, and Obama, and we're going to make it possible for you to assess what percentage of the speech is tweetable. How many sentences would fit. You could assign a certain number of characters to your tweet and figure out what percentage of the speech was tweetable. We thought we were really smart until I realized, of course, that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself clearly fits within the parameters here, right? So there's the sort of eternal value of brevity and punchiness. But I do think that tech plays an important role in how they interact. It certainly plays a role in how they, on State of the Union night, when there's a moment, how they share it. It plays less of a role than you would think in how these speeches get written, but once they are written, the people in the social media department go through and they find the bits that they think are most shareable, and they promote those. So I think it absolutely has an impact.
No, I think I agree with these gentlemen that at the end of the day, it's all about strategies of how you reach people, right, and how you get information out, not necessarily the broader picture. So I think it all begins with the attitude of the guy at the top, but then now they're learning how do we use these different strategies like Twitter to get messages out. I always wonder, though, how substantial these things are. You know, maybe I'm too old-fashioned in that regard in terms of people focusing on a tweet rather than on the deeper substance of the issue, but maybe I'm just too old style in that regard.
Well, let me play off that with something that Olivier just said. If new technology is designed as a mechanism for argument, throughout this entire conference, I've been pondering the fact that I think this internet thing is here to stay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. But is it a good thing? You know, is it actually better for American democracy, as has been discussed today, that people have the opportunity to have these arguments with complete strangers, but just arguments? And as we've noted, it seems as though there's a real siloing effect of information consumption, that people are getting information based upon what they want to hear. Is that actually creating the kinds of discussions that are good for the future of the Republic?
I was specifically referring to Twitter as a medium for argument. I don't think the internet itself is necessarily that way at all. I think for purposes of research and things like that, it's fantastic. I think that there are large communities online that are about forming consensus and about intelligent discussion and the rest of it. I really wanted to narrow it down to that one thing because it's kind of one of the social media of the moment. But I mean, obviously, as an online reporter, I'm going to tell you that I think it's great that the internet is here to stay.
But focusing on the way it affects the electoral process and the way it affects, and I'm concerned about this question that was raised, that people are finding information that conforms to their preconceived notions more and more.
But I think, Jeff, not to jump in, I think, first of all, I completely agree that the internet overall is great for our democracy, for the future of the Republic. even if it's oftentimes incorrect information you have to sift through, or you look at information that only you want to agree with. At the end of the day, though, I think that's not the fault of the internet. It's the fault of how we have essentially educated our young people about how civil society works, how our government works. So if you go into something you don't understand, that if you look at our history, and this, this is a soapbox I'm on a lot, here's how we've resolved major public policy issues throughout the history of America. Here's how the government functions. Here's how you can play a role in it. And instead, all they see is essentially a boxing match on Twitter where they can jump in and say what they want to say, or you go on to some of these online stories and you see the comments at the bottom where they immediately denigrate into name calling, right?
Don't read the comments.
Don't ever read those.
No
I want to be depressed.
Nobody in the history of the internet ever waded into the comments to say that was a perfectly adequate B+ story.
That's
Ever.
That's exactly right. So yeah, don't ever look at those. But I don't blame the information for that. I blame that. I'm not so exactly sure. We don't teach civics really in high school anymore like we used to. When I worked for Senator Baker, we talked a lot about the importance of civil discourse and civility, those types of things. Those are lessons that aren't getting to our young people, so when they go in and they start utilizing a wonderful tool like the internet, which I don't know what I would do without it.
You might actually have time to think.
No, you think the information, though, I have at my fingertips, like you said, the sum of human knowledge. So if I'm looking into, today I'm researching an exhibit we're doing at the Bush Library, and I need to know something about President Arthur. Okay? This was very easy for me to find. And I went to reputable sources. I multi-sourced it. I did all these things because I knew that's what I needed to do to make sure the information was correct. But it was an amazing resource to have. I won't bore you with all the Arthur stories, but there were some interesting ones, and I didn't know that before.
The real problem I have with social media, and I generally agree with Alan and Olivier have said here, is I will see stuff that purports to be journalism, and I want to just grab my iPhone and reach in there and grab whoever wrote that by the throat and say, what editor let that go through? And usually the answer would be, I'm guessing, there was no editor. I mean, there's a real diminution of standards, and oftentimes things that I know not to be true are accepted by too many people as gospel and just put out there. And I don't think there's any way to control that. I'm not a big control freak in that sense, but there's got to be some way to do something about that, and I'm not sure there is.
Well, let me ask you this, because I'm not trying to come off as a troglodyte on this, but I think that there's a fascinating effect going on with, again, something that was mentioned earlier today, where we have websites that you can go to that will give you fact checking on what politicians say. You know, you get whether you get chili peppers, or you get pants on fire, or you get a B+ rating, whatever the metric is. It starts from the presumption that our policymakers are lying to us. Now, the only question is, I can go to the website and find out how much. Now, that strikes me as something that didn't exist before we had this type of argument. And maybe it's because that there were more people from smaller number of reputable news sources that were able to have a greater authority because there were simply fewer of them, that when they would call out a president, it meant more.
I think if your job description can plausibly include seek, obtain, and consolidate power over your fellow citizens, I'm not going to make any apologies whatsoever for a pants on fire or a chili rating or the rest of it. I mean, there's a necessarily and valuable adversarial relationship with people in power, and I don't. We can talk about the coursing in the culture or the political debate all we want, but fact checking is, I think, the wrong place to start there.
Oh no,
I think it's
that's the best.
What annoys me is that we have to have a separate thing called fact checking.
Well, that's my point.
It should be called reporting.
Right.
It's ideally what we should be doing is saying like, he said this. It's not true. It shouldn't fall to the premise of these weirdly self-appointed mandarins of fact checking. Just the same way that explanatory journalism, again, guys, I'm so old. I remember when we called it journalism. So, I mean, I get what you're saying about some of this stuff, and I definitely agree with the siloing part. Although I'm one of those internet consumers who starts on a page about, let's say, Bush's anti-malaria efforts, and I end up in the farthest reaches of history.com or biography.com or my own site reading completely unrelated weird stories. I miss the way a newspaper puts you in immediate proximity to these stories that you wouldn't necessarily have hunted down. You know, you see this like, oh, I'm not that interested in Sudan, to be totally honest, but look at this. This looks like a cool story. I miss that a little bit, but I don't think, because it's not a detrimental development in society, the internet.
Oh, I'm sure Yahoo
Taking a
appreciates
strong
your
stand
feedback.
on
Yes,
this.
That's
Yes,
very good.
Yahoo.com believes the internet is here to stay and it's good.
That's good to know. I'm going to open this up to questions after I ask one more. And I want to play back on something which we hear a lot in the media, and we hear a lot, something you just said, Thomas, a moment ago, that that the majority of reporters perhaps didn't vote for Reagan. And we hear a lot, out here in the heartland, if you will, about concerns that reporters, much like professors, frankly, have a particular ideological slant. Now, I would reject that as a professor, and I'm just curious if you have thoughts as professional journalists when you hear these comments.
Question we all get all the time, and there's no simple answer to it, because I think most reporters try to be as honest and balanced as they can, but most people hear what they want to hear, and they can hear you say blue, and if they think it should be green, they hear green. This is a quick story. I was doing a lecture on a cruise ship in Bush 43's second term, and at that point he'd been president 6 years, so I didn't need to do a lecture about here's what you need to know about Bush. So I did a little kind of a personality thing about him, because I've been dealing with him since 1987. And he was my best source in 1988 and 1992 for the Newsweek election project. His name, I couldn't quote him on anything, but he was fearless and had great interviews. I felt like I could do just kind of a personality profile. And my wife, who was at Newsweek for 22 years, I was at Newsweek 25 years, she vets all my stuff, and she said, this is right down the middle. I finished this lecture, and a lady from Tennessee comes up to me and she says, I trust that the next time you speak about our president, you won't trash him like you just did. And I was completely taken aback. And about the same time, her husband came up and they got in an argument. He said, no, honey, he was very honest about Bush. He was very fair. And though they really got into it, so I got out of there. I couldn't. I go to the elevator to go change clothes. And the door opens, and a guy who had been at the lecture sees me, and he says, are you a publicist for the Bush administration? If not, they should pay you. You're totally in the tank for this guy. Mm-hmm. And I did say to him, I didn't say this to the lady, but I did say to him, were we at the same lecture? But that's when I realized that people are going to hear what they want to hear, no matter what it is you say. So I don't worry about that kind of thing anymore. But you have that. That's part of the problem. The other part of the problem is if your kids go to Sidwell Friends or National Cathedral School, more likely than not they're going to think the Washington Redskins need to change their name. There is a sameness there, and if you live in Spring Valley as opposed to Capitol Hill, you're going to. You cannot argue that you're totally immune from the environment that you come from, but that doesn't mean you're going to be hopelessly biased towards a president. I think most reporters who covered the White House genuinely liked President Reagan. I just think they didn't vote for him. I'll bet you, I can't prove it, I bet the vast majority of reporters covering the Obama White House voted for him because they didn't like 43, and they especially didn't like Dick Cheney. And I do think there is a case that could be made that there was a little too much reverence in the Obama press corps for a while. It's certainly not there any longer. But you are a product of your environment, your education, your social interaction, and to deny it is just being dishonest. I don't think it inherently follows that reporters are hopelessly biased one way or the other, because if I inflate my resume, I can say I've covered 9 presidents. It's not really totally honest because I never got within 200 yards of LBJ and never had an interview with him, never met him. But for the 8 presidents I can legitimately say that I have covered, every one of them thought the press was out to get them. Every one of them. And so, goes with the turf.
So those of you with good eyesight probably spotted my very best Bush 41 socks.
They're awesome. Yes.
I'm sure that some people have reached the wrong conclusion. These were a parting gift. I spoke at the H.W. Bush Library last year, and I just think they're kind of awesome. Tom's right that there's a big sort of a Rorschach test here, that a lot of people read what they want to read, see what they want to see, hear what they want to hear. My personal example of that is all last year I wrote a series on big campaign donors who were nominated to ambassadorships and were entirely undeserving. People with no background in foreign policy, no knowledge of foreign policy, whose only plausible qualification was that they'd piled buckets of money into the Obama re-election campaign. I called them the ambassadors, yay me. But so the first time I wrote a really big story on this, you never read the comments, okay? The comments are a terrible, horrible place of death and despair. But I thought, wow, this is really getting a lot of comments. I want to go check this out. So I clicked on the comments. The #1 most liked comment, so 800 and something people thought this was genius, this was a totally awesome point, was if Knox were a real reporter, he would be writing about big campaign donors getting ambassadorships. So the person who'd comment on my story had essentially said that if I were a real reporter, I would have written the story that he had just read that I wrote. People really do read and see what they think. Now, to the other point that Tom made, I think the bigger problem for us, especially inside the Beltway, is that reporters are, shall we say, insulated to a great degree from the buffeting of the economy. So our problem is less left and right and more top and down. That it's hard to find that people, particularly the very well remunerated TV folks, tend to lose some of the perspective that they might have had when they were growing up, much as they invoke their hometowns and their salt of the earth bona fides. They do lose track of this. We recently saw a really fascinating display of this. I don't know how much you guys follow this, but do you remember when President Obama said he wanted to tax 529s, these college? Okay. I don't know how much you guys know about these things, but they really benefit a very narrow sliver of Americans who are well-to-do. And as it happens, basically what he had done is he proposed to tax something that an awful lot of middle-aged inside the Beltway reporters use. And that, in my opinion, was a huge factor in the outpouring of angst, grief, gnashing of teeth, and negative coverage for this proposal. Because by the numbers, it doesn't affect that many people, but it sure as heck affects the inside the Beltway media.
I want to open up for questions. Rita.
Really, this is a question that I want to start with Alan, but I think the rest of you will have some input on this as well. When you capture data, are you also capturing the richness of it, not just the artifact, not just the words? But for example, a lot of data has geolocators, or we can figure out what nodes it come through. We can trace it through networks and who has it. Are you, as an archivist, able to capture that in a way that we'll be able to study that years from now to figure out what was going on? And the second part behind that is that we always hear about the potential for propaganda. And in the last couple of elections in particular, it's been, how do we track funds? How do we know if they come from overseas or in the States? How do we know that messages in our democracy are among the citizens, if it's not more of a citizen of the world motion now?
So on the first question, we do capture a great amount of metadata with the various documents and photographs and videos and types of things we have. My archivists do have to go through all that when they're opening these records as well. So that's one thing that makes our processing more complex now, in that we have to not only look at the actual item, but all the metadata that is associated with it. So that is captured. I'm now at the full extent of my technical knowledge of that, Rita, at this point, but that is something that is a challenge for us. But it is maintained. I know, just looking at one photograph, when you look at one photograph, there's a ton of other information that comes along with that photograph.
I'm not sure I understand the second part of the question. I mean, the messages in our democracy, I think, obviously are influenced by overseas headlines, obviously are influenced by other world leaders. We're looking at an episode right now where there's a huge debate over a world leader coming to Washington early next month. So I'm not totally sure I understood the question. I think that increasingly these messages, these influential ideas are coming very, very quickly from overseas. You know, the latest development in the conflict with the so-called Islamic State, for example. All this stuff comes in and gets processed and gets added to the mix extremely quickly. So I would say no, we have not only do we not have, we probably wouldn't want a sort of a hermetic message system, but I may be misunderstanding what you're saying. I think that's really interesting. I mean, you've seen a couple of examples of, for example, people claiming membership in ISIS hacking prominent Twitter accounts, right? Including the one of CENTCOM. So clearly there's that, but that's a very overt thing. That's not a sort of sneaky, let me work this into the bloodstream. You do see some things where people try to make things happen on social media. I don't think it's typically that successful, to be honest with you. But obviously, you know, people post propaganda photos. I mean, everybody in this room, I bet, has seen a shirtless Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
You know, so sometimes these things catch fire, other times they don't. I'm not so sure about seeing something that would sort of sneak in the bloodstream that way.
Other questions? Ron, are you right? Go ahead. You're closer, whoever you like.
So I'm actually very interested in the question of democratic practices and engaged citizenry. And Olivier, the thing that you said about Kim Kardashian really stuck with me in your response,
no.
right? Like if you're
Oh,
seeing a
no.
lot of Kim Kardashian, I know you've been clicking on a lot of Kim Kardashian. And I wonder, we're talking about the news bubble and the way that people click on stories that reaffirm their positions, but if the algorithm is designed in such a way that it enables people to only see what they like to see. They only see the Kim Kardashian, or they only see the liberal, or they only see the conservative, or the conspiracy, or whatever it is that they like, because that's the profit motive. Then, you know.
They don't only
that?
see it. They don't only see that, because one of the reasons, and I'm going to get a raise for this. One of the reasons that Yahoo News is so much better than Google News is that we have humans, right? We have humans reporting and writing. We have humans making editorial decisions. If you go to yahoo.com, or better yet, to news.yahoo.com, you're going to see a mix of stories that were picked by humans, and then a smaller number of stories that were picked by basically math formulas that were designed by humans. So it's not a perfect thing. It's not all algorithmic, although that has an impact on what you're going to see. And I mentioned that I don't want to be the guy who mentioned Kim Kardashian at this time, but I guess I am. So. The Kim Kardashian thing cracks me up, because, you know, these people who are yelling and screaming about this are actually, when they think no one is watching, are clicking on Kim Kardashian stories. So that's why I brought it up, because it kind of cracks me up to hear that complaint, when in fact it's very likely to be stemming from their own behavior.
Well, and like you, I'm sure, I try to game my Facebook news feed, right? Not the actual feed. Sometimes I try to game that, but the one that comes up on the side with the breaking news or what's trending news, I try to game that, and I still get, you know, Kim Kardashian.
Because what's happening is your friends are affecting your feed.
Oh.
I mean, there's a big dynamic online of people like you liked this news. These algorithms are extremely complicated and sophisticated, and so some of them say, you know, You're a Caucasian male in Bethesda, Maryland. Other Caucasian males in Bethesda, Maryland really like this slideshow of scary spiders, so we're going to show it to you too, because the odds are you're going to click on it. Well, there's an element of that old experiment where they gave the rat a choice between food and crack, and the rat just kept hitting the crack button, right? But it's a lot more complicated than that, really, in the online news world. I mean, the way we design the page, the way we expose you to stories that you might not have seen otherwise, it's actually it's more sophisticated than just, here's Kim Kardashian because you clicked on it yesterday.
Other questions? In the back, right behind you. Oh, Sam, I didn't realize you had a mic. Sorry.
People. So, Olivia, you started to touch on this a little bit, but I'm interested in what everyone thinks a little bit when you were talking about the 529 issue. But I've been thinking about this almost all afternoon as this conference has unfolded, and it started with the question that was posed over here about George H.W. Bush and what it means to be presidential and how that has changed. Because I noted that when thinking about the Obama presidency, in this room, we haven't talked once today, I don't think, about the fact that he's African American. And that's interesting to me that we've had a whole day-long conference with pretty elite media types and pretty elite academic types and have not mentioned once that he's the first African American president. Because it tells me that we're experiencing him as president in a way that I think much of the country is not experiencing him as president. Like, we look through his race in a way that is different than when I go home, say, to Idaho. People are noticing that a lot more often, a lot more frequently. And I wonder if you could comment a little bit more about what you were pointing to with the 529 issue in terms of, and even Jeffrey, if you could comment about this a little bit as from the academic sense as we're wrapping up the conference, a little bit about the problem for those of us who spend our lives grappling with an elite institution like the presidency, an elite institution like the elite Washington media, the problem of the disconnectedness that many of us experience in terms of how, quote unquote, regular people are experiencing what we're doing. As we complain about, people read our stories, people read our work, and they see what they want to see. But in a way, we're not seeing what they see. Does that make sense? And I just wonder what your thoughts about that might be, because I've been, like I said, musing on that as the afternoon has unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, how you keep your perspective as a reporter is really important. I mean, we spend a lot of time designing our perception to maximize our effectiveness. That sounds like gobbledygook, but let me boil it down to this. There's a reason there's beat reporting, right? That people are assigned to a beat. It's so that you notice things when things are different day to day. And you can track, in theory, you could track news better. There are immense downsides to the beat system. I won't go into them here. I actually thank Facebook on this, because I've kept in touch with a lot of friends from when I was growing up who have vastly different life experiences, and who, when I post a story, will either comment or message me and share their perspective. And it's enormously helpful, and not in a mercenary way, but it's like, God, I had never thought of that. What a really interesting thing that for a lot of different reasons I haven't experienced. So a friend of mine who got married very young, had kids very young, and now has kids very young who are saddled with mountains of college debt. Now, I know intellectually, because I've read about it, that college debt is a huge problem. But, when I read a story about the economy and completely forget that there's this big drag on youth home buying and marriage and the rest of it because of this, it's great to have that perspective brought into me. So I actually very actively solicit input from a range of people that I trust, but who have, for various reasons, just completely different life experiences than what I have.
Other thoughts on this?
Well, I get the same thing in a lesser extent. I had dinner the other night with 3 of my closest friends from high school, all of whom just loathe Obama. They just can't stand him. But separating out the rhetoric, I hear stuff from them that doesn't always register in Washington. There is truth to the notion of being inside the Washington bubble. That's one of the good things about presidential elections, because you can get the bean counters to let you go to New Hampshire or go to Idaho or go to places, go to Wisconsin and see what the deal is about Scott Walker, and it really kind of forces you to get beyond the comfort zone of Washington, which is really important, and it's really a problem if you don't do that, because the Washington media is just a slice of America, and it's not necessarily a representative slice at all.
Well, I think this is a wonderful example of how the internet can be very helpful in this regard. I mean, I remember having moved to a small town in Texas 10 years ago, people saying, how could you live in a small town in Texas, having come from larger places? And I said, it's very simple. You know, the New York Times shows up on my door every morning. You know, I watch ESPN, you know, and basically I'm living the exact same life that you are through media interaction. And I'm wondering, is that something that is more difficult for reporters inside the Beltway because of the rapid pace of their work, especially now the rapid pace of their work, having to not only make traditional deadlines, but also having to interact on this with social media, that makes it more difficult to understand sort of what the rest of America is thinking, to use a terrible phrase that we hear so often?
Sure. I mean, part of it is, again, going back to the beat system, where I'm judged professionally on how I cover the White House, right? So I'm going to obsess over the White House. And I may not obsess over other perfectly valid, interesting issues. I'm by nature more of a foreign policy person. So I obsess over the White House and I obsess over foreign policy. That means I'm not obsessing over an awful lot of other things. And so whether you consider it a problem or just what my people call déformation professionnelle, which is the idea that you see the world through, at least partly through the lens of your job and how you are judged, you know, sure, it's a problem. I mean, you know, I have a story up today on Yahoo News about the rhetoric and the war on terrorism, and Obama's fumbles with it and Bush's fumbles with it. And I talked to a longtime source of mine who was a national security person for George W. Bush, who at one point said, what makes me crazy is you guys aren't writing about the chaos in Libya, you're copy editing foreign policy. Yeah, that's one of the problems with this whole system, is that we get nose pressed up against the paper and we lose perspective.
Let me give one thought in direct response to what you're asking, especially on the race issue, I think. We are definitely in a very difficult and combative time politically. I think we'd all agree on that. And I'm often asked as a historian, you know, is this the most difficult time we ever had? Is partisan rancor worse now than ever? And of course, you always have to say, well, it's not nearly as bad as it was in 1860. Okay, that's the first thing. Let's take that as a separate example. But it does strike me that after George H.W. Bush, there has been a significant change, which, by the way, tracks very well with the rise of digital media, that before we had presidents that people didn't like. Now we have presidents that people hate. I mean, people really hated Clinton. And the opposite number really hated W. And then now, flip it over, people really hate Obama, as you point out, perhaps for a variety of reasons. And I'm wondering if that's something which is something that you see from the inside. Is that something that you see from your historian's cap on?
I think they definitely have maybe a new degree of hatred. You know, when I worked for Senator Baker, I asked them that very question. Are things really worse now, or am I just thinking that because I'm living now? And he said, they're absolutely worse now. And this is a man who had many, many years of experience in Washington. I think now when you hate a Clinton or you hate a W, you not only have that hatred, but then you go and you find those sources that supposedly back up your hatred in a way. So they just confirm you over and over again, well, yeah, you know, you buy into this conspiracy or this line of thought, and it just keeps on, has a certain momentum of its own. We certainly have found that, and I won't go into specifics in terms of our work at the library, where someone will make a claim about us or the museum, and it gains a momentum online that we dare not get in front of. We know we just have to let it ride and let it go, because if you try to say, well, no, that's not really the case here, instead of solving the problem, you have 10,000 new responses that are all denouncing you for even saying anything. So I think it empowers you in a way to a new level of dislike. So.
Now I'm really interested. What did you do?
No. Well, I think a good example of at the beginning of how kind of people see what they want to see is we have the Decision Points Theater. I won't bore you with all the details, but it's part of our museum where we talk about some of the bigger debates of the Bush administration. So one of them being, should we go into Iraq? And in that, you get advice from different sources, and those sources tell you you should and you should not, different sources. So it really, for us, was a great opportunity to frame those debates and to tell both sides of those debates. And when we opened up, I was very proud of this, and 99% of the people who went through and reported on it said, good job. One said it was our effort at brainwashing. I thought, again, what did you see that's different from what I'm seeing? I can't believe that. But again, it just was an image that was going to be there no matter what, and they just reinforced it, and they kept on going with it. So at that point, I'm not going to say anything further. If you want to think that you can, it's incorrect.
There's nothing much you can do about it. And I am convinced, I will always believe that it's worse. The hate factor is worse now, and I have a pretty good yardstick for that. This is, in all my years at the White House, I have never turned over or forwarded an email to the Secret Service because I thought it was written by somebody who was seriously contemplating threatening a president's life until this president. Now, I've gotten plenty of emails about how much Bill Clinton was this or that, a philanderer, and how allegedly dumb George W. Bush was, and in the tank for Cheney, who was in the tank for the oil people. There's always that kind of hate mongering out there. But in terms of, when I get an email from a former Marine saying things that somebody ought to do something about that, I'd never gotten that before.
Was it the new media, or does it go back before that? I mean, obviously a lot of people didn't like President Nixon. So are we maybe overstating how the new media is?
Well, and it's certainly easier to get the message to you than it would have been. And also, it's also easier to make points which are behind a veil of anonymity in many ways on these comment pages, for example. I'm going to offer the opportunity for one more question before we close, but I don't want to leave this question of hatred on a down note. So let me give you a happy anecdote.
Happy note on hatred?
A happy note on hatred, yeah.
Okay.
So think back, if you will, to 2009. President Obama is about to give his first State of the Union address. And of course, we know, everybody in this room, just how historic that was. First African-American president giving the first State of the Union. My son was, I guess, about 4 at the time. And we had put him to bed, but of course he wasn't minding. So he came into bed in order to watch with us as we're watching the State of the Union. So we said, as long as you're quiet, that's fine. And what was really interesting was that the moment Obama walked in the room, he said, oh, there's the president. It did not occur to him that this was unusual, that this was just, the way things were. And so I think that that's maybe an optimistic view that perhaps going forward, not only will people have smartphones permanently attached to their hands in the future, but they will also be living in a world where this is no longer unprecedented.
I think the fact that we did not mention Obama's race all day until Sam's question is a positive.
So it's Sam's fault. Okay.
Kind of.
So one more question before we conclude. Yes, right up here, please. Journal of American History is pretty.
What is the question? What other news organizations do we think are balanced? Well,
I always go to the Washington Post, not to Washington Post, to Yahoo, and to, I used to go to the Daily News, but I don't go there anymore.
No, don't do that. Newsweek, the old Newsweek, when Newsweek was Newsweek. Well, I mean, that's one of those very difficult questions, because if you go to the Wall Street Journal, they've got some terrific reporters whose work I really respect, but their editorial page is very conservative. Similarly, Fox News is way out there to the right, but there's a couple of reporters, including Brett Baer. I have our colleague in the White House Correspondents Association that I have a great deal of respect for. And so it's not just this publication or that publication. It's just, I mean, it's more a function of who the individuals are. I have to say, I think one of the best publications in the universe is The Economist. And I like it because there are no bylines. I mean, when I first started at Newsweek, I always say to people, and they look at me like I'm from a different planet, I always say I liked Newsweek the best in the early years when there were no bylines, because you didn't have elbows about, well, my name is E, but your name is F, so my name should go first. I hate that kind of stuff. I think The Economist is really, really good. I think the best single publication in America once a week is the Weekend Wall Street Journal. The cultural stuff, the review stuff is just great. I read it religiously. I think the Journal is a good paper, but if you read the op-ed page and the editorial page, there's not a lot of balance there, and that's okay. That's where that kind of stuff ought to be.
Yeah, I'll echo the praise for the Journal. I'll also throw in a plug for my old shop, the French news agency AFP, which you can actually read on Yahoo News a lot now because the English service of AFP, we subscribe to it and we can run it there. And it's a bit of a different outlet because it's covering the world for the world. So don't be shocked if the lead says U.S. President Barack Obama, as obvious as that may seem. But I would give a plug for AFP. I would cite the Journal. And then one point that Tom made that we really shouldn't overlook is that for people in our profession, we read a lot of individuals. I mean, I actually disagree with your hatred of bylines. I gravitate to specific reporters on specific issues, like a moth to a flame. I know that this reporter is going to be really interesting, 100% reliable, someone I trust on this issue. It's going to be great, but maybe I don't like the rest of their publication. So I obviously, for a lot of reasons, including the fact that I don't want to wake up with a pen in my back, I can't name the individuals that I gravitate to, but there are some reporters for me that I know I have to read this person.
I'll name one name, and that's Jerry Seib of the Wall Street Journal. I read anything Jerry writes. He's a smart guy, he's a savvy guy, and I think he's a very honest guy, and I'd kill to be able to write like Jerry Seib writes. And I think he only does a column a week because he's a bureau chief now, but I read anything he writes. I read anything Dan Balz writes of the Washington Post.
Dan's fantastic.
And it's just...
Do you want to tell us where you get your news?
As a federal government employee, I love them all.
Yeah, that's
well played.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And I love the Frozen in Time Bush website. I use it all the time. I mean, for this piece I did today, I remembered things, but obviously you want to double check. And I went back and found the original text and searched through transcripts and looked at photos and did the rest of it. And it's just a hugely valuable resource.
I love hearing that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it really, the only thing I wish I could get now, because I stupidly deleted them when I left AFP, all the pool reports. For those of you who don't know, there's a small group of reporters who follow the president basically everywhere. It's called the Pool, and it's major news wires, usually one TV network, sometimes a radio reporter. In the heyday of magazines, there was a magazine reporter, and they write these reports for the rest of us. So it's a small group on Air Force One, and they'll tell us, well, mid-flight, the press secretary came back and told us this. We departed at this time. We arrived at this time. Obama did not shake so-and-so's hand. It's like an account of anything and everything you might want to put in a story. And I had saved all of the Bush White House pool reports in my AFP laptop, and as I was getting ready to leave, transition over, I just flushed them down the tube.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we just got them declassified from the Bush 41 White House. So just wait 30 years. You'll be fine.
Great.
Yeah.
Why would pool reports be classified in the first place?
That is a very good question.
Because they're instantly disseminated.
That is a very good
That's
question.
crazy.
I think because of the file they went
bureaucracy run amok.
Yeah,
That's
exactly,
ridiculous.
Exactly. So, well, speaking of bureaucracy run amok, I want to thank our bureaucratic allies in this, the Department of Journalism and Division of Communications and the McGuire Center, of course, everybody from the Center for Presidential History. But as I'm about to declare victory on this conference, I always like to note that victory has 1,000 fathers. But in this case, we actually have one. And this was a brainchild and a real inspiration by our senior fellow, William Stedding. So if you enjoyed anything today, it's because of him. So thank you, William. And with that, I look forward to seeing you all on Twitter.